starting 3, 2, 1. We are live. It is showtime at the Apollo Theater. Here we go. It is just getting up and spooling up. There's a little bit of a delay, so like I said, you will see it pop up here in a sec, and you just got to mute it out.
Okay.
There we go.
I've already got it muted.
Oh,
so.
aren't you clever? All right. Here we go.
I don't know about that.
All right, everybody. Thanks for showing up to the Thursday night live chat stream. I appreciate you coming. Now, I have a special guest. I'm trying to actually get a little more organized as the show is evolving, where I spotlight someone with another channel that I enjoy, or someone that maybe has a blog, or you know, someone's been in the ME community. And it doesn't really matter if they're really long established or if they're kind of new. If I dig their stuff, I invite them on.
Okay.
Basically, as I said, I try to invite guests who are on the positive side of this. There's plenty and plenty and plenty of YouTube channels that are there just to scare the crap out of you. And they scare you and then never really talk about a positive solution. They're just like, you know, CERN ripped a hole in space and we're all going to hell. And, you know, it's like, okay, what now? So I try to bring on guests that are more on the positive side. So before we get going, I do have to say, this is YouTube and it is a live stream, and this show's actually getting kind of popular. And sometimes when there's a lot of traffic, this stream will crash. So if it does crash, where I just disappear in the middle of this, one of two things will happen. My guest will keep chatting and I'll reappear, or the whole thing will crash and you'll just have to look on my channel in 5 minutes and a new second, like part 2 will come up. It has happened once before, but I need to tell you guys, so if this happens, don't disappear. The show's not over. We just restart the stream. Okay, that being said, I'm very excited to introduce my featured guest, Jynx Cat. Jynx Cat, she's what I say. Jynx Cat. It's already tongue-tied. Jynx is a reporter, well, actually kind of an ex-reporter. She was a reporter for a long time. So when you watch her channels, you're going to feel like you're hearing a news report. It's a lot of opinion pieces, but fact-based stuff too. It's kind of like, you know, how reporters compile information, and it's nice and easy to understand. So I really appreciate the production quality of your channel.
Oh, thanks.
Compared to like some of the crazy conspiracy ones where it's just like a guy with a camera, a jittery camera, you know, filming his cell phone or something.
There's quite a few of those.
I do appreciate you stepping up your game and making a little better with the channel. The other thing is, I'm going to ask you to tell us a little bit about yourself and how this channel got started and all the rest of that jazz. So without further ado, let me welcome you to the show.
Okay.
So go ahead, and Jynx, what I want to ask you is how your channel got started.
Well, let me switch over. I think I do better when I'm seeing more of you and less of me. So, well, I actually started the channel a while back. Do you want me to kind of go into my background?
So for people that are just going to go surf over to your channel, because it is like a cosmetology channel that got hijacked. And
I was
like all of us, we started as something else and it became the Mandela Effect creeped in. So
exactly. So I originally had a medical hair loss replacement channel. I worked with people that had chemotherapy and alopecia areata and trichotillomania. And so my videos were really on corrective processes for those sorts of conditions. I stopped making videos once I sold my business, and really hadn't used the channel. It hadn't been real active. And then when I came across the Mandela Effect, which I had really been experiencing, I kind of told you a little bit before the show, since 2007 in different ways, I was really struck by it and really wanted to devote my time to it. And so I started researching, and I've read everything I can find, watched every video I can come across, you know, whether good or bad quality, everything. And have really been waiting to make this perfect video with all the information that I compiled. And it just wasn't happening. So I just finally took the step, and you guys were actually you know, really inspiring to me to actually move forward with this. I was watching your live show, you know, and I'm typing and typing, and I hit your boards. I kind of blow up your boards with one thing over and over again, and I'm sorry about that. But
That's okay.
I know sometimes that's the only way you're heard. So, so yeah, you know, I thought to myself, it's time I get this out there. And when I covered in my first video the landmass off of Australia and finding some new proof there, I really wanted to get it out right away. And I just thought, you know, I can't sit on this anymore. I'm never going to get to it. I'm going to procrastinate. And I just jumped in there and started making them, you know. And I think I've been around the community long enough, just on message boards, etc., that I had some people behind me. So that's, yeah.
So when did you first get sucked into the ME community? As far as like, how many months has it been now? And
Oh my God.
where did all this start?
So in October of 2016, my sister actually posted something on Facebook, which I am shocked about because, as you can see from some of my other videos that I made regarding people's behaviors when they talk about the effect, you know, I've posted on Facebook billions of different things relating to this effect in some way, whether I state that what they are or not. And, you know, no answer. My sister posts this one thing and I happen to see it, never see anything on the Mandela Effect again on my Facebook feed. Pull it up and I said, that's weird. I know it's, you know, Berenstein. That was the very first thing I saw is Berenstein bears.
The bears got you.
Yeah.
Darn
Is it showing you proof of your real, you know, reality? And I thought, oh, I'm interested in, you know, quantum physics, and I've been studying that just randomly for no reason. I just started studying that around like 2008. On my own, and now I kind of feel like it's coming into play. I kind of see maybe why that interest sparked right there. But yeah, I lost my place. Where was I?
That's okay. About how you got started, you stumbled
Yes,
across
yes, yes.
post
So
about
I stumbled across the Berenstein, yeah, the damn Berenstein bears, and with me, like and it's because I have a, you know, news background, and that's what my schooling was. I just immediately want more information on things. I'm not one of those people that can hear about something and say, oh, that's an interesting, you know, thing going on, and then go on and work with something else. I can't do that. I need all answers available to me. And I know that if you are searching for answers, they are somewhere out there. I really, truly believe that. So it just kind of hit me like a storm. And I just started researching that night and didn't get off the computer after that. And it was like, the more I researched, it's so weird, the more things started changing in my physical world. So I started having more changes where I was seeing flip-flops and things like that. And I don't know if it was because it was brought to my attention. But, you know, I'd had some experiences I was telling you offline about regarding some, you know, effects that I think were taking place in like 2007. And so it really was just a name to call all of these things I'd kind of seen. And then once I was looking it up, it's like the effect sped up on me, and it's just been crazy. So, yeah.
So when did you really start forming like a support group? And, you know, you have a group you just privately put together, kind of scouring Reddit and the boards, and
exactly
support email system. When did all that stuff start?
Well, I was doing a lot of my communications through other YouTubers and comment sections. And I think like right around November, I had posted something on one of the channels regarding people's behavior. And it was pretty much overlooked at that time by anybody I saw talking about it. And I just got this poor guy's video, right? It has nothing to do with his video. And we're just talking and talking. But we had this big thread going on people's behavior and how it's happening with everybody. And at that point, I had somebody say, I really wish we, you know, had an email group. And I've mentioned Rigo a bit. I'm hoping he's watching right now. I'll have to check the stream in a second to see if he's on there. But, you know, I really kind of bonded with him online. We have a lot of the same ideas of what's going on here. And it was he and I that actually started this group. So we had a suggestion from somebody, and we were like, yeah, let's go ahead and do it. So we started putting word out there that we had this email address we set up just for this, and we just basically do an email thread. And every time somebody's feeling alone or they feel like it's maddening, they're not, you know, able to deal with it, they can jump on there and shoot a note to, you know, 20 or 30 people that are in the same place.
Right. So and I had this kind of the same desire to, hey, let's bring a community together. Everybody's all over the place. But you were already doing this privately through an email group before I ever got started.
Yeah.
And you used that leverage to create a larger poll of your own. So I think that's good. I'm sorry we got crashed. I don't know if you noticed this cat jumped on me when
hey, I love
Jynx Cat was going to be on.
I've got 3 behind me, so yeah.
So he usually doesn't do this at night. This is pretty unexpected. So just had to say that, one cat to another.
Okay. I love cats, obviously, right? Yeah.
What the name? So give me an idea of, you go and you put this larger poll together, because when you do a YouTube poll, a lot of people don't realize the polls I run, you're only allowed to put 5 questions on YouTube, so you can't really dive in deep like you wanted to as a reporter. You're trying to collect information and take more of a scientific approach. So let's talk about that.
I kind of want to clear up really quick. I am very interested in quantum physics. I am very set on finding the scientific basis behind this, because I know however things are working, and whether, they happen to have some religious or spiritual nature, they also are going to be a scientific based fact. There's no way around that. And so, yeah, it's really important to me, but I am not a scientist. And I just want to put that out there. My polls were done for me and the people that I was talking to at the time. So at the time I was doing them, I never sat down and said, okay, we're going to officially log this like this, and we're going to log this. The way it came about was actually our email group, support group. That was one of the biggest questions we were all asking each other is, what do we have in common? This has to be something happening to some of us for a reason. And so we started asking each other questions, and I said, would you guys like me to put a list together and we can just go down it? Everybody can answer, send them to me, and I'll start looking at the commonalities, and started collecting info that way. And it was amazing, the random things that I found once I started looking at everybody's answers. And we really I want to give everybody credit in my group, because we all really compiled this list, and they did work, sending me their answers and being open enough to share all of this stuff with each other. And so I don't want to take
you don't want to take credit, because
it was really something that came together with all of us. But
that being said, you're the outlet to share it. So share what you found.
I think I'm one of those people that likes to move forward with things, where some people just talk about it. So, so what I found, and I go into more detail in my video, was that everybody seemed to have this huge list of things in common that had nothing to do with the things that I thought were going to be in common. When I started this sort of like questionnaire, I really thought that people were going to have some kind of residence location sort of thing going on, or they were going to have some sort of medical thing going on. Maybe you hear theories about nanobots and breathing in things from chemtrails, and if you follow all this stuff. And I just wanted to look at all of it, see if it was health related. And what I really found in the end is that it was almost all primarily spiritual in nature. The things we had in common had to do with where we were in our lives, the hardships that we had gone through, the near-death experiences we had. I mean, it was really surprising, because I was looking at it with more of a scientific mind, trying to figure out, okay, D-Wave's doing this, CERN is doing this. This is, what's going on with quantum physics right now and quantum computing. And there definitely is more of a spiritual nature to it. I am not, and I won't go into this fully right now, but I am not one of the people that thinks necessarily that this is just all of us rising to another frequency. I don't. I think there's some other things going on here. But yeah, that's sort of, what I found. And I thought it was really cool that we all happened to be in these places in our lives where we were kind of moving forward. And I want to say right at the beginning too, just in case people are wondering, even though I'm talking about the spiritual aspect, I am not Christian. I'm Buddhist. I was raised Roman Catholic, grew up Roman Catholic, went to Catholic school as a kid. And then in 2012, after I'd had my own personal hardships, and again, I almost, died, I came back and just Buddhism just struck me. I started reading up on it. I converted that year, and I feel more like myself than I ever have. So I'm not going at this with necessarily a Christian-based background. However, I do think that religious texts do play a part in this.
Yeah,
So,
I feel the same way. I try to make my show open to everybody, so Christians
yeah,
feel comfortable here, Buddhists
yeah,
feel comfortable, people that are spiritual, people that don't have any, that are just all science and quantum physics guys. I try to bring on guests that have each element to that to feel comfortable.
yeah,
But so what I want to further go on about though is what did you think was the most surprising result as far as you kind of like generalized it, but is there
yeah,
certain
yeah.
questions that came up that you were like, whoa, so
You
share that
know,
with the audience.
one that really surprised me, and I don't know that's the most interesting to anybody else, but was that we all seem to have really common interests, and that really surprised me. I mean, down to the wording, not like, oh, I like science, but down to like, I like the study of quantum physics, or I'm interested in the study of quantum physics. A lot of it was art related. People, were very artistic. Quantum physics was another one. Living small, living simple, people who have kind of simplified their lives. That seems to be a really common theme. And then the one about having some point where they almost died. I thought that was incredibly surprising that all of us have had a near-death experience. And I want to clarify, when I'm saying near-death, I don't mean that, you're clinically dead for 5 minutes. I mean near-death as in somebody
You got,
came in with a gun, almost shot you, and somehow you got out of that situation. And all of us kind of transitioned right after that, is what I'm finding. So these kind of trials and tribulations in life seem to spur this effect in some way.
now, do you think some people feel that we did die and our consciousness got transferred here? Like, where
Yeah,
are you on
I've
all
heard
that?
that. I've heard that. I have thought about this in great detail, actually. Because, we had a lot of people saying, okay, 2012, it actually happened, something went on, and we've been shifted to this new reality. I personally don't think that is exactly what is going on right now. Um, I don't think that, nothing is impossible. I mean, this entire thing is impossible. So who's to say? But in my opinion, I feel that if we all had died, then the timing wouldn't be right. There'd be less of us. Everybody moved over. If that's true, if the world was, are you
Not
talking more
necessarily.
individually? Like
Some
if they
people said that
individually
maybe
died,
there was some sort of mass extinction event where
right?
thousands of people died, or a disease, or
And
that
so
they were
that's what
able
I
to
was
just
referring to.
get to the point where they can just download your memory and stick it in another backup
Right.
Earth.
Right. I don't believe that happened. And this is my big reason why. I am not writing off the idea that maybe individually us who are seeing this have died and have sort of shifted, which goes into my overall theory that I'll have to share with you. But with the whole mass extinction thing, it's like time travel for me. It's not holding up. And that is because if everybody went through this mass extinction, we'd all be here at the same level. And we're not. Like, some people are seeing this effect and some people aren't. And like I went into in my video where I talk about people's odd behaviors, there's a big difference between the people who are seeing it and the people who aren't. And I feel like if it was something where it was a mass event, everybody would be experiencing, the same thing, the same reality changes, but that's not happening. It's the same thing with time travel. If it was time travel, there'd be no residue. you know, uh, there has to be some kind of merging to have both of
Well,
those
we
facts.
we are going to talk about this later, but why do you
Yeah,
think the residue's around? Everybody seems to have different theories.
I
What's your kind of idea on that? What is residue?
okay. Residue. Well, it kind of goes into my theory at large. Do you want me just to kind of get
Yeah,
into it
man,
real
feel
quick?
free. Yeah,
Okay. Okay.
we got one
So,
here. Oh, what?
all
Oh,
right. So, what I believe is currently going on, and I haven't really shared this with anybody. It's my own personal belief. I have a really strong gut feeling, and everything seems to fit into this. Um, Quarks vibrate. Everything has a frequency. You've talked about it on your channel. The world actually has its own frequency. The earth has its own frequency. The human brain has its own frequency. We are able to do so many types of mind control in labs today. And by that, I mean, you can tune into a frequency and you can make somebody, if you have one person's frequency tuned to another and you have them hooked up to electrodes, you can have one person control the other person's hand at this point. And you can look up videos and see people doing that. what I believe is happening is that frequencies that there's, okay, we're going to get into parallel, worlds here, which I do believe in. I believe that each parallel world, where a lot of times they'll say that it's stacked like a book, is the sort of example that they'll give. And if you've ever talked or listened to D-Wave talking about how they sort of reach into another reality with quantum computing, grab pieces and bring it back. Well, basically, what I feel they're doing in some way is reaching into this other frequency. So what they'll say is like that there's a book and that they're stacking pages on top. And by running these hadron collided atoms together, they're trying to rip a hole through the page that we are underneath. And then that page is going to open up and we'll be able to reach in and grab the writing from that page. And that's the basic idea, I believe instead of paper, instead of seeing the pages as paper, they're all frequencies. So each page is a frequency. And I believe that we're being tuned by somebody back and forth between frequencies. So I really think what the residual is, if you picture a radio signal, you're driving in your car, you get like halfway to somewhere and you're kind of hearing both stations come through at the same time. That's your residual. It's when we're going back and forth, and these changes are happening for people at different times because frequencies, they don't travel everywhere at once. I think these changes are being tweaked here and there.
Yeah, some people think that it's a localized event, that certain areas are on different frequencies and they go in and out, and it explains why nobody ever really matches 100%. Like if you talk to your
time doesn't change. I mean, we could be switching between 3 stations, at any given time, and they could have, 2 radios on in different areas. I mean, it really kind of pulls together everything, all of the questions, why there's residual.
Some people say that this has been going on a very long time. It's not it's just that because of the internet, we found each other and said, hey, I'm not crazy. Like if this had happened 50 years ago, you would have been the guy all alone in your town going nuts and nobody, you'd probably been locked up.
My feeling on that is like, I believe that, okay, so I do believe that this frequency is of a natural nature. I believe that we do move up over time through different frequencies, that our body frequencies change. I do believe that. However, I don't believe that this is a mass raising to the 5th consciousness. I don't. There's too much malicious, kind of intent behind things that I've been seeing. And the messages that are sort of coming through in the changes that we see, they don't feel right to me. And I'm not trying to be a fearmonger or, I think there's a lot of beauty to this whole thing, that we're recognizing that our reality is a lot more than, we thought it was. But I don't know.
No, it's fine. I mean, all of us, it's not like all of us are ever going to agree on this. Everybody's going to have their own twist
I just
and their own turn on it. And unless like it happens and we can figure it out.
Well, so, I feel like a lot of people try to go about it raising spirits. I don't.
I'm kind of in the place where, even if it is all negative caused, what's your choice?
Exactly.
You need to take a positive and say, yeah, all hell's breaking loose, but I'm going to go this direction and live the best life I can. It's like, it's like being led to a concentration camp. Yeah, it's terrible. It's happening, but you know what? I'm going to try to find beauty in here. You can't do anything else.
Exactly. And that's part of what I love about Buddhism. It's staying present in that moment. But yeah, I feel like I don't want to be a fearmonger. I do feel like we raise up in frequencies. I do believe that. It fits very well with my Buddhist teachings. I don't, however, feel that we're all raising at one time right now.
No,
I feel, like I said, there's malicious intent, I feel, in some of the ways it's being tweaked to sort of create a certain kind of path that maybe they're looking for. However, I think it's also very beautiful because we're seeing that transition in frequencies can happen, and it's such a reality now for me, So I think that it's what you're saying. There's beauty in everything. I get a little frustrated when I just hear, oh, we're all raising and everything's great, because if that were true, I wouldn't be seeing some of the changes that I'm seeing in the ways.
I don't feel everybody is raising. I think a lot of people are going to be left behind and not going to raise. But to say that like, oh, nobody's raising, no, that's not true, because I've seen so many people on my channel be like, man, I am way different than I was 6 months ago.
Exactly.
So
And that's why I say
it's not happening to everybody, and I'm not sure it's going to. I don't think it is, actually.
I think it's a natural phenomenon, and then I think that there is another source right now trying to, you know, gain power, like most upper political, you know, sources usually are. And that's really what I believe. I believe it's like an upper political scheme. I know it sounds so conspiracy theory.
It's hard because, you know, there is an evil cabal that runs stuff, and it does exist. It's real.
And,
but the more focus you give on it, the worse it takes over your life.
Exactly. And so we kind of talked, I heard you talking about this, you know, politics to me are kind of on the back burner, and it's hard to see these people being so just taken by it, because to me, it's a giant charade, you know, it's something to get everybody's mind off of what's really going on. And that's where
it always has been.
And that's where I see the malicious intent, you know? So I believe that changing frequencies is a very, very natural process. I believe it's the process we do use to become more intuitive and get to a better spot in our own spiritual, you know, being. But at the same time, I think that it's being manipulated right now. I think that they are getting a hold of this beautiful natural thing and manipulating it a bit. So
yeah, I'm not. The thing is I keep hearing tons of different theories, and they all sound good, and they all resonate with me. And it's like, I wonder if there could be multiple ones that are somehow fitting together, because these all sound good.
They do. They do.
But you know what it is? Is it's like, we're going to talk about some stuff later on in this show, and it's like, man, I don't want to go down the rabbit hole anymore. I've gone far enough. I know I don't want to do it, but I keep getting pulled. It's like, I got to talk about this stuff, but it's, I'm already crazy enough, and I'm already so fringe. It's like, I don't want to go more fringe.
Man, there's some days.
There.
I totally get it. I totally get it. Well, I've always been interested, you know. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just saying, I know that the people in the chat room, most of them feel the same way. They're like, you know, I'm already so fringe. I don't want to hear anymore. I don't want to go down that hole anymore. But you kind of have to talk about this stuff, because we're going to talk about some stuff later on that's going to sound straight up crazy, but it's happening. And, you know, when I first found out about the Mandela Effect, it sounded straight up crazy, but it's happening. It's absolutely real. And
yeah. So I'm reading the message board now.
No, that's fine. You can read the messages here. Guys, by the way, let me take a break for a sec. If you are listening, we do not always see the chat, and in a little while, when we're done interviewing, I'm going to pull some other people in, and we'll be able to answer some questions. So if you're like, hey, talk about this, hey, talk about that, there's a good chance I'm not going to talk about it the first hour. So I'm not ignoring your questions. It's just, we will hit that all in the end of the show, and I'll be happy to listen to your questions. But as far as Miss Jynx Cat, I want to ask you, you just put out a story this week about how to deal with people that are unaffected, and what their strange reactions are. And for people that haven't seen that story, would you catch them up in a minute or two, tell them what that's about?
Yeah, so this is something that I've really been studying pretty hard on my own with a couple of other members of our support email group. And I want to say hi to everybody. I see a bunch of support email members on the side right now, so I'm not ignoring you guys. But yeah, I lose my place so easily.
I know it's hard to watch the chat. Just don't watch it.
Yeah, that's why I had it off. But yeah, so you know, this is something we've been talking about for a while, and it's one of the things that has personally bothered me the most. The way that people respond to this, who do not see the effects, it just blows my mind. It blows my mind. I have a theory on why this is happening, and it's not necessarily going to be a popular theory.
This show is about all theories, so go ahead. I'm not going to beat you up if we disagree.
All right. So what I've been experiencing, and what this video was about, a bunch of other people have been experiencing as well, is a difference in attitude towards them from people that they know. And what's really odd is it doesn't have to relate to the effect directly. It's not like you're telling somebody about something and they're like, oh, shut up, you've told me this 200 times, I don't want to listen to it anymore, you know? It's like you go up to a friend and you say, do you know how to spell, you know, this is in one of the videos, do you know how to spell GIF? All of a sudden they can't spell, you know, Jiffy. And they say, no, it was GIF. No, it was Jiffy. And then they kind of blank out and go off. Or like in the video, I am getting so tongue-tied right now.
That's okay.
In the video that I just put out, where there's an actual example from Regato Bonner's channel of him asking somebody, how do you spell Jiffy? And the guy stops and he says, J-I, is it F? It's like people just go dumb all of a sudden. They just can't function. They don't know what they're talking about. And I've had times where, you know, I'm talking even with my husband, my own husband, who was, when we first found out about the effect, was right on board. He was freaking out with me. I've got to say, put this out there. I know it's horrible, but I always thought I would deal with something like this in a very different way than I did. I really thought I was spiritually capable of handling, you know, paranormal stuff, these conspiracy theories. But when it actually happened to me, I drank for a week straight. My husband and I, we were, you know, bottles of wine and just sitting on bed crying. I mean, like, there were times that I just was like, I don't know how I'm going to get through life now. This is all, everything is just crazy, you know? And I think a lot of us felt that and really didn't have anywhere to turn. At the beginning, he was really down with me. And then suddenly one day, complete switch. And he's just now won't talk about it. It's not like he's tired of me talking about it. I'll ask him about something and he'll literally just stare off sometimes at the wall. He did it the other day. He says, you know, I told him about some huge thing and my son was in here. And I kind of want to go into talking about kids a little bit later too, because people have questions about, you know, how they're reacting to this. But my son was in here who sees everything. And my husband just stops and says, if you were going to change your last name, what would you change it to? And my son just looks at me and he goes, Dad, she's talking about something really important. And he just stares at the wall and he goes, so what would you change it to? Like I didn't say it at all. And that's what people are seeing. They're seeing these really strange changes in people who they're around, who are family and friends, almost to different personality types sometimes, you know, people who you thought were very interested in sort of like the occult or magic or, you know, anything like that. They would have some kind of interest in it, no interest at all. And then you take somebody who's really spiritual or somebody who is Christian and you think they've got to be interested in this, you know, this is, you know, God's word coming true. Then you have people are like, don't believe it. Oh no, you know, you get a lot of the, if you're talking about it, you're the one that's changing the God's word, you know, God's word and the scripture. And it's just such a different reaction than I would expect from people. And I just see it straight across the board. It's rare that I talk to anybody who has a normal reaction to the sort of information that I'm giving them. And the thing is, I don't feel like it, in the beginning, I thought it was shock. I thought people were in shock and they couldn't deal with it. But the more I sort of did my own little experiments, the more I watched people and really paid more attention to it, it's not shock. It's there's an unequal response to the sort of information that's being given. There's usually no anger. There's usually no shock. It's just literally like you're putting them out. Like, yeah, oh, maybe they already have, you know, like you're putting me out. Maybe I already have that answer and, you know, you just don't have it. And I don't, there's something to it. And that's where I feel that there's some kind of malicious thing going on to some extent.
Apathy, man. They say that, you know, it's worse than hate in a way. Apathy.
And you know,
they just don't care. And it's crazy to me because I'll see these comments and I'm like, this is the biggest thing that's ever happened. My reality changed.
Everything.
My reality changed. Like, this is what you've been waiting for. And they're like, yeah, so what? You know, what's, hey, the Tony Awards are on tonight. And it's like,
blows me away. You know, I have Rico, you know, he's like, the entire world has changed. And he's like, my girlfriend's playing Candy Crush, you know, and it's, you just can't get through to people. And I found that if I post anything on Facebook, and I have, you know, like 600 friends or something on there right now. And, you know, you post some little comment, oh, I'm going to leave Facebook for a while, or I made this chicken dinner tonight. I get like within the first minute, 5 things from my friends saying, oh, blah, blah, blah. And like, well, I'm making this. I post anything about quantum physics, anything about Mandela Effect, whether it's called Mandela Effect or not, anything relating to anything that could possibly go along with this. No response, dead silence. Won't hear anything from anybody. It's like I never posted it at all. I've tried to ask questions, tried to ask people things. I put the JFK video link once up, and I didn't even say this is a Mandela effect. I just said, watch this JFK video. Do you guys remember this, larger car? Nothing, no response. And these people talk to me about everything. I mean, they comment on everything,
Well, I think part of this, because I'm going to have to step in here. Some of it is, I've been a liberty activist most of my life, and we say a lot of crazy things. So there's some of that where you just drive people off because they don't want to talk about it. The other thing is, some people are scared. It freaks them out so much they just want to pretend it's not happening, and they will not talk about it. And then there's the third class of people, like you're talking about it, that it's like somebody hit a race on their brain.
Hard drive? Yeah.
The functioning center, and that part's deleted. They just can't access how to think about it.
I've actually been calling them bots. That's my word for them, bots. They have inhuman reactions to situations that would be, mind-numbingly important. So yeah, that's, if you ever see me say bots, I'm talking about the, people that aren't there.
There's lots of times and lots of theories about this that we've talked about. Dolores Cannon calls them background players.
People.
I call them non-computer player NCPs.
NCPs.
Like if you play video games, those characters just walk around and sell you stuff that aren't real.
Right.
It's kind of the same idea. I feel maybe we're talking to these people that aren't that real, and it's really upsetting when it's like friends and family.
Yes, that is the worst.
What the hell happened?
It feels like some of the people I've known, some of my family members, it's like they're totally different people overnight. And that's what I was saying before, And I think this is one of the most upsetting changes for people, because personally, I never bought that background people thing. And now I'm feeling like there's no other choice. I really didn't want to believe that, because to me, I want everybody to be just as conscious as everybody else and have the opportunity to move. Anybody I see, I want them to be able to have that, And it was really hard for me to swallow that. But I mean, the experiences I'm having, I don't know what else it could possibly be. And yeah, it's just shocking to me.
Since you're a quantum physics girl,
yeah, I love quantum physics.
What's your best guess on what that is about? Do you think they are just here as these realities collide, they're from another reality that can't process this, or are they actually fake people?
All right.
Simulation theory. Where are you going with this, girl?
Okay, so I actually have a whole theory on this. This is the way I like to think about it. So I'm a big creepypasta fan of narratives on YouTube. I love listening to audiobooks and narratives. So I've heard a bunch of glitch in the matrix stories, right? And a couple of them that I had come across, and I thought, well, this is interesting. It kind of came up to me later, and I had remembered it, and I started thinking, and it kind of led me down this path. But, there's quite a few experiences that people will claim they had where they were at the moment of death. Like there was one I read, a guy was on a corner holding a sign. This car came towards him. It hit him. And when he opened his eyes, he was back on the corner, moved, and the car came and ended up not hitting him, like a totally different reality, So in my opinion, there are different parallel worlds that are all different frequencies. All of these operate at different God, I cannot talk right now. Frequencies. And I think that when somebody dies suddenly, that wherever their frequency is closest to in those other parallel worlds, I think you're thrown directly into that world. So say, this guy gets almost hit, or he does get hit in one reality, he opens his eyes and he never got hit, and his day goes on, nothing ever changes. I think he was in the closest world to where his frequency was already vibrating at. So I believe that everybody has a consciousness. I do. I think that all of the consciousnesses are not in one of the parallel worlds at one time. So I think that there are, an infinite number of me's, but they're not all active right now, if that makes sense. And the best way I can think about it is, this is something I came up when I was talking with Rigo. If you think of a plant, we're all from the same roots. Everything's right there. And then you have the leaves growing out, and then you have a flower. Well, those leaves are kind of secondary. They're still alive, but all of the beauty of the flower is where all of that consciousness is. So I think what happens is you get this flower with your consciousness, and then you have your little baby leaves off to the side. And I believe that those leaves are all the other pieces of your consciousness throughout, you know, all your other optional use. And so I believe that these consciousnesses are in waiting, if that makes sense, until you're ready to move to that next spot. I think that slowly what's happening, and this kind of goes into it, I think slowly what's happening with the frequencies being changed. I am really losing my spot. I'm sorry. I have fibro and I have really bad fibro brain sometimes, so I just
I can take over for a minute if you need a brain
a brain
brain
reboot. So just give me a, where was I? And I'll jump back in.
You were talking about how you think that each consciousness
Yes.
stays dormant until you actually think about it or use it or bring it into existence.
So what I think is happening with friends and family is that in some way we've been shifted to a new level. So that goes back to saying, you know, individually, the idea that maybe we died, I am not totally opposed to. As a group, I don't believe it happened. I think we didn't. I don't think the world was destroyed in 2012. But I do believe that maybe our consciousness, every time we shift, it changes our personalities of our family, our friends who don't happen to be in that same consciousness with us. So they may have the looks, they may have the interest, they may have everything, but at some point they have sort of this auto response, you know, this program them. And I almost feel like that's kind of what's going on with these background people. You know, they're there, but they're not empty vessels, if that makes sense. They're just kind of been waiting. And
they're kind of empty until you put focus on them, and then they play.
Yeah. And I
you
think
can bring them into existence if you put enough attention on them.
Exactly. And all these different frequencies, I cannot say that word today, levels, you know, of these different parallel worlds, you are where you're vibrating, you know. I do believe that. And that's what I was saying. I do believe that you move up through them. And I think that whenever you're suddenly pushed into another one, you just go to whatever is closest to you, which is why so many of the effects that we see too between the two worlds are so minimal. You know, they're so small. They're not giant changes usually. I say that with some hesitation because I personally believe there are some huge changes, but I'm looking at things as, you know, general public. I mean, when you start changing geography and astrological, you know, changes, and then you have like body changes, you can't deny that, you know, something's going on. But yeah, so I guess that's my theory. I believe that there's a frequency that everybody operates on. I believe they're at different levels, and each of these levels is a different world. And I believe that the quarks vibrating and reaching into areas from D-Wave are actually the things that are fine-tuning our reality right now.
Now, so the government has had the ability to do this stuff. You know, anything we actually get here, the government's
50,
been able to
60
do.
years.
Yeah, this is like their cast-offs 50 years old. So they've been able to do this stuff at least 50 years ago. So it makes me wonder, you know, why is it happening so hard now? Like, you know, looking at Google Trends, Mandela Effect's insane the last 3-4 months.
Well, what I think it is, what I really do. So you've got my idea on frequencies. Like, you understand, I do believe that we move up through them. However, I think what's happening is there is a group of, I'll say politicians. They're not politicians. They're somewhere, you know, deeper than that. But I do think they're running a lot of the science programs. I mean, if you look at, the Navy just got, let's see, they have their first D-Wave computer. They're putting 11 million towards being trained in this D-Wave, you know, technology, so that they can use it as a weapon. And if you look at a lot of the large hadron colliders, we don't just have one. They're all over the world. I think there's, God, I want to say there's 200 or 300 hadron colliders that people just don't even, you know, realize are there and have been operating for a while. They're just not as big as this LHC one. So I think that, you know, those have been turned on and off intermittently over the years. And I think that every time this happens, little changes kind of happen, you know, they're pulling information in. And you know that the D-Wave computers are actually hooked to CERN. They're connected. Were you aware of that?
I had heard that, yeah.
Okay, so CERN actually is the inventor of Google. They're not necessarily the inventor of the military system that was behind the internet in the first place, but they are the inventors of Google. Google is connected to a D-Wave computer, which most people aren't really aware of. And so I really think that they're using that in, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? In conjunction with the Hadron Colliders. And I think that the Hadron Colliders are changing frequencies. So.
For what purpose?
So I think what they're doing, people are going to think I'm crazy.
Hey, look,
this is just my theory, right?
No,
right.
Don't worry about it. Just keep going.
The best way I can explain it, or that I feel is correct, is if you think about those plants and you have this flower at the top, you cut off that flower, everything's baby again, has to grow, right? I feel like they're trying to take control of those flowers, decide who's around and who isn't, to lead them on the path that they want it directed towards. So if you look, you know, we have people coming back from the dead. I mean, I personally can account for watching at least 2 of those funerals, right? It was a choice. I feel like it was a choice to bring these specific people back. I do. And I feel like if they're able to do that, then they are manipulating and trying to decide where this is going. And I think that that's the whole idea behind it. You know, I think they're making these small changes because they can't control the small changes. Does that make sense?
Well, do you think that, are you one of the proponents of like a simulation theory, that, or a mass mind control with this stuff, that they're just implanting fake memories that never happened?
I don't think they're implanting fake memories. I do feel like there's a psyop going on. I feel like it's some kind of experiment and it's being watched. I do. But I don't necessarily feel like it's a complete, they live, you know, like, I think it's...
So no lizard banker Jews running all this in the shadows.
You know, maybe aliens of some kind. I think they're not being honest in that aspect either. But but you know, I don't even want to go there because I want to focus on the...
Right. I get it. That's kind of how I acknowledge is, you know, I think everything's pretty much real. If you enough people believe in it, it happens. So if there's aliens, there's cabals, there's all this stuff, but
yeah.
Again, your only defense is to pick a positive path and push through, because otherwise, imagine all this stuff is real and CERN's doing all these horrible things to try to pick people off and get you in line for the boxcar first.
What are you going to do?
You
can't ignore it. You can't say I'm going to ignore it.
What are you going to do?
Well,
would you rather like live without fear and enjoy the rest of your life you have, or do you want to maybe try to vibrate out of this place? Like, I know you don't believe that, but some of us think we can get the hell out of here. You know, what's your defense on? I mean, what do we do in with such evil that can control things like this?
You know, I'm a strong believer that we are being shown this for a reason. Like I've said, I talk about it in my first video, and I think this is really important. I don't see this enough. I've looked at a lot of sources. I've looked at scientific sources. I've been following quantum physics for a while now. I've been following CERN since they started running the program. Not the old CERN that was around in like the 50s, but since they started the Large Hadron Collider program. You know, and I follow politics. I follow religion. You know, I keep up to date on what's happening with the Pope and what's happening with the religious culture. And I don't feel like it's one thing happening here. I feel like everybody is trying so hard to come up with one theory when I think there are a whole bunch of things going on. I think that there is something to D-Wave and CERN. I do think that's what they're using to be able to manipulate things. I really do. They've more or less come out and said it over and over and over again, you know? But I also believe that there's a political agenda behind it. Maybe not our primary politics, but behind the scenes political agenda.
There are people that believe that maybe there's some good guys in all this, that you know, there's Edward Snowden kind of person where they're in CERN and they're like, you know what, I'm going to screw with pop culture to send everybody a message that, hey, we can do this.
Right.
You know, be heads up. And maybe like an Edward Snowden guy that's behind the scenes that's pissing off the powers that be. You know, again, I'm always going to try to come down on maybe it's a good thing, because if you don't, you just...
I think where I'm going with this is, I think it's hard to say this without everybody, oh, you guys, you're trying to talk yourself up and stuff. But I think when you say what should we do or what are we able to do, I do believe that things that were prophesized in the Bible are starting to come true. There's red waters being, there are days without, or nights without moons. There are multiple mass animal deaths. There's earthquakes.
I definitely think the Christians got a lot to say on this.
And this is a big, deception. It is, I really believe it is the great deception that they were talking about. I don't necessarily believe this is only a biblical event. I believe was prophesied, but I believe it's being, done with the actual technology that we have now. And I feel like it's being manipulated and sort of happening because of government features. And so I believe that people are looking at, just simulation or just this. I think that there's a government aspect to it. I think that there's a reality aspect to it. I think there's a spiritual aspect to it. I think there's, a personal aspect to it where we're raising up a spiritual aspect, where we're seeing a lot of the stuff that was prophesized in so many different religions, political aspect, like I was saying, with a behind the scenes agenda. And then, the scientific aspect of how they're able to do this right now and at this time. So yeah, I think these changes have taken place since the dawn of time, but I think that they're speeding up now because they're being manipulated. So I think in the end, and this sounds so bad to say for me, like, I think that we're here for a reason. I have to believe that the number of us that are here that are experiencing these effects need to trust our memories. We need to trust ourselves. And I believe that we're here to fight something. And I don't know if that's negative to hear, but I think that's what it is. I feel like they're trying to distract us in any possible way, that there's the bots, that are there to sort of just
look. Let me say this, Jynx. I think people misunderstand what I'm saying. Yes, I'm a positive Patty that I always come down on this thing, but it's about empowerment. Yeah. So in other words, if you think that civilization is going to collapse around us,
right,
and you are scared out of your mind and you're stockpiling food and guns and everything else, you're doing that out of fear.
Right.
But if you do it out of the idea that, hey, I'm going to prep this area, I'm going to take care of my family, I can do all this good, and you do it out of a place of empowerment,
right,
good, it's a totally different vibration.
And that is what I'm trying to teach.
I'm not against what you're saying on that. It's all about your intention behind it and how is this empowering, or are you just going to fearmonger?
Exactly, and that's where I'm going with the positivity. Like what I believe is positive about this situation is that we're finding each other. Really intuitive people who are really good people. I've met a lot of really good people out there are coming together, and they never would have before. I believe that the changes that we're seeing are happening, but I believe that there is an overall spiritual guidance to them happening, and they are messages to us. And I really think that the people who are seeing it need to remember and trust their instincts and trust their memories and know that there's some path for us. I really believe that there's some reason we're seeing it. I don't think that you need to sit and be scared. That goes completely against my Buddhist tradition anyway. It's exactly what you're saying, to find peace and to find harmony in everything you do, because like you gave a really good example. It's funny because that's the one I always give. If you're in Auschwitz, you can't leave. Are you going to sit there and, have secondary suffering where it's your heart that's suffering and your decisions to be upset about it? Or are you going to move forward and just try to do the good tiny things you can do for somebody while you're in there and try to remember the good time? I mean, it's really important. But I think that we're also kind of being called at this point to take some responsibility as people who are seeing these changes to speak truth. Does that make sense?
I'm down with that.
I think we're kind of warriors, and that's what I hate saying, because I'm not saying that other people aren't, or that people aren't like legit, or I think we're kind of picked like some kind of warriors in this. You're
not alone. A lot of us feel that this was kind of a beacon or a call to help us find each other. That's part of it. You know,
I
and
really
even
think
if that wasn't the main thing that's happening, that is what's happening. So
Right.
I'm going to focus on that. Now, before we jump too far, we only got a little more time left. We are going
God,
to
that
bring
went fast.
some other people, but I do want to talk about this topic this hour and next hour. And it is one that seems to be happening a lot the last 2 weeks. Time skipping. Like where we're
Yeah.
having conversations that didn't happen, and like you were talking about how
Yeah.
you had just put out a video.
If I can do it, yeah, a little thing on the video. I actually just put that out today. I want to start a series of videos where I'm telling people's personal stories. And in this first one that I put out, I actually shared 2 of my own stories, and both of them have to do with sort of a time jump that we were talking about yesterday. So after this, if you want to take a look at them, that video is exactly what we're talking about here. So,
right. Why don't you explain a little bit though, because we do have some time to talk about that.
yeah.
And I think they're pretty interesting stories. So
Yeah, I'd love to. And I was also wondering if you would be okay with me bringing my 13-year-old in here real quick and see if maybe
we were going to talk about how children are seeing this.
I would really like to grab this over here because
So
people have
let's
really
do
been
it.
asking me about it. So let me see. I'm going to text him from the other room and see if I can get him in here without having to walk into the other room a couple feet away.
That's no problem. Go ahead and call them in. But basically, what we're talking about let me do a thing while she's coming.
Okay.
For you guys that are just joining us, because we're getting new people constantly, the crowd's starting to swell here. One thing to remember is we can't really trust YouTube. If this live stream crashes, I will open a new stream. You just come back, and then 5 minutes later we'll be up and running. Please remember that we didn't go anywhere. The other thing is we can't really answer your questions at the moment. So if you're asking us questions directly in the chat room, we're not going to be able to get to that until the next hour. All right. Go ahead and did your kid come in or not?
I'm waiting for him. I have the door locked so they won't bug me. Just 1 sec. I'm going to hop up and unlock it.
No problem. We'll talk about this. Why we're bringing kids on, there's some interesting things going on, and we're going to talk about this in the next hour, that kids are also experiencing the Mandela Effect, which I think is kind of strange. It's like, hey, what do you know about all these changes that happened a long time ago?
Got to grab the earphone. Here.
And then, but what happened is I'm seeing more and more people talk about on the threads that their kids are seeing things and finding things that they're not seeing and finding. So,
do you have different earphones?
There we go. I guess
Mine are so tangled.
We got that straightened out over there.
He doesn't want to be on camera, so he's trying to be off screen here.
All right, go ahead and you can repeat what he wants to say, or what did you want to bring him on to say?
He's got the earphones in, so yeah, I just wanted to I'll introduce you real quick. This is my son Gunner. He's 13, and can you hear him talking? He's real quiet. You've got to talk over to the computer, babe.
He's got to speak louder.
Yeah, talk louder.
No, we can't hear that.
Talk now. Say hey. Hey.
Okay.
That okay. So he is actually somebody who sees all of the effects as well, and he's younger. He's 13. He's tried to tell people at school about it, and he's getting the same kind of automated reactions that I am. This kid was really, really into Star Wars since like the age 2. So when he was seeing these effects, I mean, she's like, Darth Vader doesn't have a nose, Mom. He never had a nose, He recognized so much from that. And then this kid is, he's smart. He's, we have these adults saying, I can't remember the JFK assassination. He's watched it. He remembers exactly how many people were in the car. There's obviously some things that he can't remember because he wasn't alive. But the things that I talk about in my commonalities video, he's actually had all of those commonalities as well in his lifetime, even though it's been shorter than mine. So, yeah, I guess let's ask him a question. What would you guys like to know?
I want to know this, and what some people are talking about in our next conversation next hour is, has he noticed the night sky different? Because I'm hearing these reports that kids are seeing stuff adults are not.
No, I haven't seen the sky I haven't seen the night sky look any different.
I'm sorry, maybe I'm not explaining that. Do you see the stars the same as you used to?
When you look up at the sky, do the stars look the same as they always have?
Still look like little white dots.
So he's saying yes. And what a lot of people are saying is when they look out with their kids, their kids can see stars, but when the adults look, they're like, I don't see any stars. What are you talking about? And they'll be like, there's Orion.
Yeah, we haven't
So they
noticed
can
that.
see it still, but adults are not. And we're like, what the hell's going on?
Curious.
So-
I'll have to keep an eye open for it though.
Yeah, I'm curious if he can, if he's seeing stuff that that other people are not seeing.
I think he's seeing a lot of the same changes. He was really blown away by the Duracell bunny.
What?
Oh
Tell us
my-
about the Duracell bunny.
So, I never. So, I don't know if you guys know this, but there's been a whole like lawsuit on it too. Like the companies like Energizer and Duracell, they have like been fighting for the rights of the use of a pink bunny because they're such similar characters. But yeah, I never saw the Duracell bunny until like a week ago or so.
Yeah, that one got him. He went to school and tried to tell his friends about it. And what was their response?
They just kind of immediately changed the topic.
Yeah.
The Duracell rabbit instead of the Energizer bunny.
Yeah. Oh,
What?
you haven't seen that?
Not really. No, I think I missed that one.
Yeah. So there's a
There's too much to
Duracell
keep up
bunny. Looks exactly like the other bunny. Oh my
exactly,
gosh. No, I mean, okay, well, it looks nothing like the other bunny. It's pink, and in one video it had a drum at least. So yeah, it's I guess they've been fighting since.
Been around since 1970.
Yeah, it's been around since the 70s. It's been their spokesperson since the 70s.
Ask Gunnar if he thinks some of his friends are just like jumping on the bandwagon and making stuff up just to be like, cool because of Mandela Effect's cool, or do they actually really believe it?
No, they don't believe it. His friends don't believe it. He's getting the same responses, that
Right, you're saying
adults
that
are.
Nobody's believing it. He's like the only
Nobody.
kid in school that talks about it.
Exactly.
Oh, I didn't know you were that alone. I thought
Everybody-
maybe a couple of your buddies were in on it.
Yeah. Well, I have one friend, but
Yeah, I almost feel like we need to make like a teen hangout for these kids.
Right? I do
Because,
too.
Maybe we need to, or you guys can set your own up. I don't. At
Well,
this
and
point,
he's-
I don't set up anything. You guys set that up if you want, but
Well,
I
money
think
bags.
there might be a need because I guarantee there's other teens going through this. That's got to be crazy as a teen to deal with this.
It's been hard for him, and like I said, he's had a lot of the effects that I share in my my commonalities video, and some of those things are really hard things to go through at such a young age. I do want to say that I also have an 11-year-old, and her friends have reacted totally differently. When I talk to my 11-year-old or any of her friends about it, they're just like, oh yeah, the Mandela effect, everybody knows about that. This has changed. They are totally fine with it. They're not in any way, put out or excited by it or scared by it. But, 2 years later at 13, these kids are just
Weird.
totally,
So I
totally
wonder if
cut
there was
off.
some sort of shift between the two generations that
I don't know.
they
I don't
can
know.
see it in the others. I'm curious what the chat room says about that. If you guys have kids in that age range, what's going on with them? That
Yeah,
could be a
it's
whole
strange.
nother topic for a whole nother night because that's really interesting. You
Yeah,
should
I'd love
definitely
to do
some
something
more
on that.
post stuff on that and find
Yeah,
out.
maybe I'll do a video of some sort. I
Yeah,
can
it's a good idea.
get them to participate. I might do that. That actually sounds good. I wanted to mention too, and I want to ask you guys about this. I talked when I had emailed you earlier. I have are you done, babe? Are you done, or do you want to stay and listen
Thank
to
you,
the show?
Gunnar.
He says,
oh
yeah,
okay.
you can go listen online.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Come on into
I
the
just
chat
needed-
room if you
I
want.
need my earphones back. So, yeah, he says bye, everybody. So, yeah, I noticed today, I was talking to my husband, and I'm going to ask you a question. Do you remember Dragnet?
Yeah, sure.
What's the line from Dragnet, the famous line?
Oh my gosh, you stumped me. Hold on. Just the facts, ma'am.
Yep. It was from the movie with Dan Aykroyd, which was taken from the old TV show, right?
Yeah, just the facts, ma'am, is the old.
He never
TV
said
show.
it.
Come on.
Nope, never
That
said it.
changed too?
You cannot find anything like film-wise. I've been
I
checking
can't keep
all
up.
day.
I can't keep up.
Well, I haven't heard this one. I just noticed because I was talking to my husband. Remember what the facts or remember Dragnet? And what was that saying? He says, "Just the facts, ma'am." So I look it up. I listen to the the movie that they put out with Dan Aykroyd, that one still says it. You go to try to find it in any of the original shows, it doesn't say it. It does say something like, and I can tell you in just a sec, I saved the picture, but it's on my phone right now. It says something different, and it's similar, but it's like one of those phrases that's off. It's something like, I can't get to it right now, but it's something like just the fat, or ma'am, we would just like the facts, please, or something like that. It's been like, it's kind of like another fine mess you've got us into. It doesn't go at all. It's just like very strange.
For you guys that hadn't heard that one, and that's been around a little bit, I think Moneybags did a whole video on that. The Laurel and Hardy had a movie called Another Fine Mess, and they don't say the line that the movie is titled after. He doesn't say Another Fine Mess You Got Us Into. They changed that, in the title of the movie is called Another Fine Mess. It's like, come on, at least try a little harder. It's like our reality is getting hacked by Beavis and Butthead. They just don't, they don't try.
I have a question for one of the people writing right now. Candy's channel, she says she remembers the old Dragnet show. Does she remember, if she can answer this, does she remember that phrase ever being used in the original show?
What?
Are
I'm
you
not
out
sure,
there?
because there's a little delay. Remember, they're not saying this for 10 seconds.
So yeah,
So,
if anybody out there wants to shout out, not the movie, I'm not talking about the movie with Dan Aykroyd and Tom Hanks. I'm talking about the original show. So it has to be some of us who are older.
Hey, I watched it.
No, I watched it too. I'm like,
as you guys are getting ready for that, there will be another group of people coming in a minute. So they'll just roll on in here. If you guys are listening, Vegan Warrior, some of the other people with some channels.
Hey, Vegan Warrior.
and Joel, or Boris. I can never say that name right. It's terrible. I just call him Joel.
Yeah. Candy's channel says yes, she does remember it from the original show.
Yeah, go ahead. And then what is?
They said, yes, just the facts, ma'am.
Yeah, and then someone else, Ollie in the chat room, saying they never said "beam me up, Scotty," which is
true.
Crazy.
It's true.
So, wow. All right, then. Let's get on to the next thing here.
All right.
So for the next hour, as people are coming in, and hopefully they're listening as they're starting to join, I sent you guys emails, by the way. Man, I can't say his name. Boris. Help me out here. I feel like an idiot. There he is. Why can't I say it? You need to pick an easier name. I can't even say it. Anyway, he's coming in. We're going to be talking about the sky and the differences, because it seems like a heck of a lot has been happening to the sky the last month, and people want to talk about it. So, wow, lots going on. And I made a video on this that, and I have to really kind of give credit to Kate, that she kept saying, what is that shiny star in the sky? And man, it's so bright. And then we looked, and it was Venus. We did a tracker, and I've never seen Venus so bright. And so we're looking, and so we find some scientific channel online that's like, oh, Venus has always been that bright. We ran the photo specs, and it's supposed to be this bright. And I think Kate's like, where's the stars? It feels like someone put up a smeared glass. That I can't see stars anymore. All I can see is this Venus thing and the moon. And we're going to talk about the night sky and what the heck is going on. Before we dive into that, let's welcome our other guest here. So say hi.
Oh, hello, everybody.
All right. Tell us how to say your name correctly.
Ouroboros principle.
Ouroboros.
I believe it's Greek.
Yeah, I know. I should learn how to speak Greek. I'm Italian.
Yeah, you need to know Latin. You need to know Greek.
Ouroboros. Okay, so everybody welcome him on, and you guys have probably seen him plenty of times. We're going to talk about where the stars go. What do you think on this? Have you noticed a difference?
Are you asking him or me?
We're going to start with you, Jynx, and then we're going to go to our new guest.
Okay, well, I am pulling up a picture right now that I want to share with you guys that I took of the night sky 2 nights ago, and I think it's the specific star that you're talking about. So let me see if I can remember how to do this.
I do enjoy that your cats are like fighting in the background. That's
I
pretty
have
fun.
3 snowshoes and they are all over the place. They're pretty cute. All right, so how do
All right,
I?
yeah, just go ahead and use the screen share feature, and we'll wait for you to hit that.
Screen share. Oh my gosh,
That's okay. We can talk until that happens.
Yeah. Go ahead.
As she's working on that, Joel, you want to go ahead and tell us what you think happened to the night sky?
I would say over the last year and a half, I noticed that Venus is super bright. And like I said, when you made that video, it really resonated with me. But I've asked other people, and they're like, "Yeah, you know what? I haven't really seen that in the night sky." In fact, some people don't even realize it's Venus, which is kind of strange because I asked my buddy who owns a telescope. I'm like, "So what do you think that is?" And he said some other star, and I'm like, "No, it's Venus." And he's like, "What? No, I used to look at the night sky when I was younger." So that kind of threw some intrigue my way. Someone who looks at the stars through a telescope would know more than I do about where the stars are, I'd hope. And he was he was a little shocked himself. He didn't know. He said it was a different type of star. And I said, "No, it's Venus." And he didn't believe me. And then he looked it up and he's like, "Oh, I guess you're right. It's brighter this time in this cycle. I just haven't been keeping up." And I tried to nudge him to look into the Mandela effect. And he's just like, no, I just haven't been looking at the night sky. I'm like, "What?" So.
And we just got joined by Vegan Warrior. Hey, Vegan Warrior, say hi. Is he there?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You'll come in here in a sec. We'll pick up with you in a second. I want to go ahead and let Jynx Cat go ahead and show us what you want to show us.
All right, so you're seeing my picture now?
You're seeing me, actually. Go ahead and move that to the center screen there. Cover me.
All right, I didn't want to block anyone there.
That's
Are you
fine.
good?
Yeah,
okay,
we're good.
So
just keep talking so it'll show it.
Yeah. This was taken 2 nights ago. And the sky had nothing in it. It was this star, and the star has been showing up above my house. I thought it was Venus too. It is brighter than anything else in the sky. It shows up when it's light. However, it slowly disappears throughout the rest of the night. And there is nothing there. About a half hour after I took this picture, it was just gone. And so I was sharing this with Rigo, and I zoomed in, and I wanted to show you guys this weird black circle that was right outside, and I didn't notice it until I started looking at how bright the star was. But do you guys see that there? Is that visible?
Yeah, people have been seeing that black smudge thing show up on sun videos and going around halos, and it looks just like that. It's like this little black smudge circle that moves around, and it's not lens flare because you can move the lens and it's yeah.
I just, I didn't even notice it until I took this picture to send to Rigo and say, "Hey, look at this star, it's out there." And then a half hour later or so, it was just gone, right? Just out of the sky. And I zoomed in and saw that.
I wouldn't think much of that if I hadn't seen about 4 other videos that also have that exact image floating around moving.
Me too. And I've never seen it before. And then pulling it up, I was like, I've seen that on so many videos lately. So
yeah,
I just wanted to share that with you. But yeah, and if you look at this star right here, look how bright that thing is. There's nothing else in the sky, and then it just gone. Just gone 30 minutes later.
All right, thank you for that. That was a good find. Vegan Warrior, we are talking about the night sky. Have you noticed any difference in the stars or anything unusual?
It's been looking, it looks weird. I mean, it's like when you look up, you expect to see certain things, and a lot of times I don't. I just recently, in the last year and a half, moved from another part of the country. I was in Virginia, and now I'm in Delaware. I chalked it up initially to being in another part of the country, and maybe I just got a different view. I don't know. But I videotaped while I was driving a lightning storm that was just crazy. It looked like it was something out of a sci-fi type of movie. Yeah, but other than that, I haven't really focused too much on the night sky.
The reason I bring it up is, well, one, my girlfriend Kate just kept talking about it nonstop, and I was like, all right, I'll finally go look. And she was right. I made this video where you can't see anything, and it looks like I have light pollution, but I live in the sticks in the mountains. There should not be light pollution out here. Like I mean, it feels like I live in Las Vegas or something when you look at the night sky. And then someone was saying that even where they're at and what they're seeing is that the sky looks more red, like we're on Mars almost sometimes. It stays very red for a long time during sunset. And then, as Jynx said, one of the other things that she pointed out that I never thought about was Venus is only there for a bit. Like when we were,
Yeah.
oh no, maybe that was Ouroboros that said that you know, we went out and Kate was like, hey, I want to get this on film. So I go out and the thing's gone. And I'm like, well, did it set? I mean, it's going the wrong way. It shouldn't set. And it was just like missing after a few hours.
Yeah.
I was like,
Right.
okay.
And Venus was so bright too that even if you had light pollution, you could see it. Like it almost looked like a satellite, how close it was and how bright it was.
Yeah. It looks, this is different. This is something else.
I'll post I've got a video when I was out. So I did a video on Star Wars Changes where I went to Fun Spot. It's like the largest arcade in the world. And while I'm out there, you know, shooting like an intro roll, I look up and the moon is doing that weird Cheshire, you know, crescent.
Mm-hmm.
And then Venus is right next to it. And that is all you can see. There is no night sky. And I'm like, where the hell are the stars? And it's like the only people that see the stars recently are kids.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the weird things is one of the people in the chat room was telling me that in England, people are complaining that there's nothing. Like they go outside, there's no moon, there's stars, it's black. Like it'll be black for a few hours.
Mm-hmm.
No, nothing.
There was something else I wanted to ask you guys about, if you're seeing this too. I have gone outside and the moon will be, this has happened to me multiple times, and it's been happening to Rigo too. We'll go outside and look at, and he's 2 states away from me. Go out and see the moon, it'll be in one place, and then you go out a half hour later, it's on the other side of the sky. That has happened to me like 3 times now.
Yeah, I'm going to bring in, when we're done with this, I'm going to bring in my friend Justin here, and he's got a really interesting video where like the sun and the moon are out at the same time.
Yeah,
and the crescent doesn't match. Like the sun should be shining it on the moon in a certain spot. It doesn't work. And I'm going to bring him on a little bit and show that. But before I do that, I want to continue this because there's a lot of weird stuff. Like, and I keep saying I don't want to go down the crazy conspiracy rabbit hole. I don't. But these videos are just blowing up all over the place.
Yeah,
we got to at least talk about it. There are videos where you can see like 2 suns. Where someone will get it for a little while and you're like, oh, okay, surely that's just like a reflection on the water, but there's no water, or there's lens flare. I would assume, but what's weird is it looks like there's like 2 suns, and I'm thinking, what is this? Is this Mandela Effect? Are we seeing 2 different realities?
it's
where
another...
the suns are pulling, for a couple minutes we're seeing both suns. Like, what the hell's going on?
2 suns was another Bible prophecy. I have to add that there would be 2 suns in the sky.
Really? That's in Revelation?
At the end of times, there would be 2 suns in the sky.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, those
and
Bible
the
guys.
moon would be missing. Rigo just found that yesterday.
What?
Yeah.
Wow, the Bible's got a lot of this stuff right.
I know. I'm a convert over to Buddhism. Like, I don't want this stuff to come true right after I converted.
But I'm sure if you dig in enough other cultures, they'll also have, every culture has some sort of end time stuff.
Exactly.
If you read the Hindu stuff, I'm sure that stuff like this is mentioned as well. Yeah. I really want to get some other cultures on here because one of the questions, of course, is this international, and I'm not seeing a whole lot of people coming out from other countries. It seems to be focused here because I guess America, pop culture, a lot of changes here, but I wonder when the other countries are going to come on board.
Yeah, I've heard a lot from Australia, and I've heard quite a bit from England.
Oh.
So.
Wow. All right. So there we go. 2 suns. Another video that was really interesting is they were showing that the sun. They were showing the sun in this video where it had like a black hole in it on the camera, and they were showing that it was like reflecting in the water, and it also had a black hole. That there was like, if it was like a fake sun or something's going on with the sun, because a lot of people say the sun's changed since this happened. That it used to be yellow and now it's kind of like white.
I
And then
remember
when they
that.
take photos, there's like a black dot in the sun.
Yeah.
And I would like to throw that out there to you guys.
Yep,
Well,
I
what do-
remember.
What do you
Yes,
think
go
about
ahead.
like pole shifts and also astronomically? We do have certain galaxies that have like binary suns. So that's another theory that as the galaxies rotate, we could have this convergence where the two suns are meeting and causing some, some real lens flare without the camera on our actual perception. And beyond that, with the pole shifting, we do have hard evidence that the poles have shifted before. And it only makes sense that if the poles are going to shift, the stars in what you see above you are going to shift. So if it's happening slowly, then I suppose we would notice it. But the thing about the Mandela effect and all these strange occurrences, they're so fast. It's a lot of people keep saying time speeding up. But to me, I don't think it's time, because time is an illusion of energy moving. So actually it would be our thoughts speeding up, and the change would be a byproduct or a direct product of our thoughts speeding up. So it's not that time itself, because people have to remember that time itself is a dimension that we create through our sensate experience. So time can't be speeding up. It would have to be something inside of us speeding up.
So our
Yeah.
perception of time speeding up, not time.
Right,
Something,
exactly.
we're saying. Where are you on this, Vegan?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I mean, I wish I could give you an answer.
Well, you're a hard science guy, so I'm like, Vegan was like a show me the facts guy. So I'm curious, because I'm seeing these videos, and are they all BS? Are these videos not right? Are people just like crying wolf nonstop and making, lens flare videos and blaming it? Or is this really happening?
I wouldn't say I'm a show me the facts kind of guy. I'm more of, I need to see some data, and I guess that could be viewed as facts. When I say data, as the last get together we had, we can speculate till we blue in the face. It's just I would like to just get the concrete stuff that we do know and start from there. It's called, in law enforcement, it's called a reverse investigation. You start off with what you know, and then you work your way backwards. But it seems like a lot of people have already figured out the why and the how, but they haven't really found out the what, the when, the where, in the who. Yeah. So the why and the how goes on the back burner until you know what it is, where it's at, when it happened, and who's doing it. Because to go there, you're already speculating. And there's nothing wrong with speculation. It's called a hypothesis. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. But when you give an hypothesis, you want to have some data behind to support your uneducated guess. I mean, not your uneducated, your educated guess.
Exactly.
That's pretty much what you want to do. And we tend to, as human beings, we want to point at the Jews or whatever the case is. And I always ask people in chats, Jew are you talking about? Like, tell me their name. Like point them out. Like who is this? And you know what? And don't get me wrong, I'm not here to talk bad about anyone or to be negative. At this point, imagine our country doing something, the United States doing something, right? And there are a lot of people that will tell you this on the outside looking in who are not a part of our country. When that country does something, or when our country does something, people says the Americans did it. People look at it as the Americans are doing this or the Americans are doing that. When in reality, we don't know what the hell is going on because our government is doing it. So when you say the Jewish state is doing something, don't assume all Jews are in on the scam. You don't know. They're just people that live in that country. the Chinese. It's just people living in a country. We confuse people for leaders in power. We got to stop that. We got to really clean up our verbiage and stop blaming people who have no control over a particular situation. Anyway, I'm on a rant.
We'll bring you
just
in
hear
for
that
the
a lot.
Tuesday night show for that. Because I understand what you're talking about. You've got to actually stop doing the collective speak, you know.
Exactly.
Anyway, but I want to show this picture here. Can you guys see this? And I know that these are
these are
all
fascinating.
over.
Yeah, these are cool.
These
Chinese.
if you guys never seen these, they're called Chinese floating cities, and thousands of people in China saw these cities appear in the clouds for a little while, and there's some pretty good footage of this. So it's not like a BS Photoshop deal. There's and it also appeared. There's some photos of this in the UK.
Oh,
What is going on here? Do you think maybe we're getting a peek at another reality? Is maybe there's some gigantic cities in another reality that we're seeing for a few seconds?
I think that, well, you know, another one of these just came up over this last month. They spotted another one. You have to look it up, but yeah, there's more pictures of a newer one that has come up. And I think we're seeing the very light, very, you know, careful, or God, I'm so bad at talking on camera. I was so nervous to be on today. I think we're seeing sort of a faded version of the next world over from us. I think we're getting the frequencies crossed again.
What are we exactly looking at? Can you put that back up?
Yeah, give me a minute. All right, so what it is, and for you guys that have never seen it, it'll take me a minute to pull it up, but it is, you can type in this on YouTube after my show. Hopefully you see it now. And what it is this is a still shot of a video where a floating city is over these cities in China. And over a few months, these cities just kept appearing and people were like freaking out. And this is a news coverage of it where they're filming it. And now these cities are starting to appear all over the place. And like she said, they're more frequent. And to me, it's maybe, I feel like it's maybe a peek into another reality right there, because it's you got to go Google this term. Sorry, on YouTube, it's called China's floating city. And those things, there's some really impressive evidence. It's not just like some dude with Photoshop. There's like thousands of people seeing this thing in news crews.
But be careful when you check it out. There are a couple out there that are, because
there'll be some fake ones.
Well, obviously. Well, there's a really popular one that's going around that actually is fog in front of a city that was already standing. And it's often used as one of the clearest photos, and just disregard that. There are definite ones that are legit, but that is not one of them. So just, be careful when you're looking around, like with everything.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think there's like 3 probabilities behind this phenomenon.
Go ahead and talk it out.
One, obviously there's mirages in the desert, so you could say that's a natural mirage occurring when there's precipitation in the sky and there's a reflection. But since it's such a prolonged event, an anomaly, I don't think it's that. 2 other possibilities would be, like you said, a parallel dimension manifesting for some reason, whether it be quantum experiments or some other physical reason, cause and effect. The third feature that I would highlight would be Project Bluebeam, which I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with in the chat room, and the idea that we can put heavy metals and different reflective materials in the stratosphere, and then with our space-based weapons, if you go look up Star Wars, not the movie, but the actual project under like Reagan and during the 70s and 80s and early 90s, probably still today, China might be developing their own weapon systems where they can bounce lasers off of these reflected particles in the atmosphere and create mirages in the sky for tactical or political purposes. And this could be just a weapons testing procedure. And just like Norway, the Norwegian spiral. And in fact, the very first occurrence of this happened over some random village in Africa. So this Chinese floating city, this is one of many occurrences that we've seen. And I myself would dedicate those three theories to that phenomenon.
Can I speak on that? On the last one that you just said? I want to let people know that if you are ever interested in figuring out, just for news related resource, go to the patent office and look up some of the patents that have been put in for and what we're able to do. And they'll go through in detail explaining exactly how this works, how they're going to do this. And there's patents in there saying exactly that. I mean, they're coming out and saying it clear, and we have the access to it. If we want to go read it, you can go there, research, and find it yourself. That being said, there is another thing I saw. Oh, there was a patent I came across that was for a secondary sun that they were building, and it had actually been approved. Have you guys seen that?
Wow.
Yeah, Kate was actually showing that to me today, that the patents come out about, and like I keep going, I don't want to sound like a crazy conspiracy guy, but I mean, it's at the patent office and it's been there since the 60s.
Yeah.
What do you think they've done with that in 50 years? Have they made a sun the size of a basketball somewhere?
Exactly. Exactly.
What's going on?
They've been
Kate
sitting
just
on
dropped
it.
it in the, she just dropped a link to the sun patent in the chat.
Awesome. Thanks for that. Yeah, I found it really fascinating, and for a while I was really leaning towards that with the two suns in the sky. I personally don't think that's necessarily it right now, but
the sky's got everybody up, and I'm sorry, before we jump off this, did anyone else want to say anything before I go to the moon? Because we're going to start talking about the moon.
Furthermore, with the patents, there's classified patents. So even beyond what we can see in the public registry, there are pointless, maybe to us, countless state secrecy acts. And the moment you develop some type of free energy, the State Department, at least in the United States, will gobble that up. So just to be aware.
Yeah, you're not going to have any argument on this channel. Obviously that they're going to bury anything that takes away control.
Yeah, for sure.
Vegan, do you want to say anything before I jump over to the next topic?
Yeah, that was the first time I've seen that picture.
You're still tripping out on that.
The only thing, I'm tripping out on it, but at the same time, has it been verified to not be a hoax? Because I'm pretty good with Photoshop. It looks like it could be. Recreated.
It's actually happened twice.
Do you think news channels would be putting it on their news channel, and it's I guess all the news is fake. Yeah.
Are you
talking? Yeah, are you talking about the floating city?
The floating city, because there's these Japanese news.
There's live video. There's live video of it. People are standing there, and yeah. If you get on YouTube, you can find live footage from people's cell phones.
And it's happened twice.
Yeah, China's floating city, and there's supposed to be one that happened in the UK. I don't.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, the videos.
You'll find it. They're definitely. I'm sure there's Photoshop ones out there, but there are definitely some that are not Photoshopped.
All right. Well, I'm kind of scared to go to the next topic because I think the flat earthers are going to go crazy and beat me up.
No.
But I'm going to go into the moon. The moon has been doing some pretty weird stuff too. There's someone had shown me videos today in the chat rooms of the moon waves, and what this means is, imagine you're filming the moon, and it's like an old school TV that. Or an old monitor that would flash and put up a new image, and flash and put up a new image, and flash and put up a new image. They have the moon doing that, where there's like this ripple that goes across the moon, and then like a crater will change a place, and then a ripple will happen, and a crater will come back. It's like somebody is literally projecting up to the moon to cover whatever the hell is there. Like we're seeing some sort of false simulation, and it looks crazy, but you can get out with your own camera and film this. So if you had a powerful enough telescope. I don't know if it's real or not. I'm going to throw it out there to you guys. What do you think about, if you know anything about moon waves?
I don't know enough about it.
Well, go ahead, Vegan.
I'm sorry. I was just going to ask a question. Why do you think the flat earthers wouldn't
Why do you think they
Or
beat me up
agree
on
with-
this? The thing about the flat Earth guys is, you know, I'm from the camp that I think all this is a simulation anyway, and this is all fake. So to me, flat Earth, round Earth, if you got enough people believe in it, it happens. But the problem is what happens a lot with the flat Earth community is they will jump in and just beat you up like and be kind of really pushy and rude to get into the Mandela Effect community. They're like, hey, I want to be certain. But we did have some people explain it very politely, and if they could explain why, then I'd be happy to have them on the table. But you know, there's always a big push. But the thing about the moon is they think the moon is a lot closer, and the sun's a lot closer. And there's some strange videos where like clouds are going around the moon from both directions. Like the moon is sitting in the clouds where the cloud crosses in front and then goes behind.
Right.
It's like, how does that happen unless the moon is either being projected and the whole thing's fake, like we're in some fake reality and it's the Truman Show, like a glitch, or the moon is really close and the clouds are really going in front and behind it. You know, I've never been up in the sky that high. How do I know? I don't know. I just have to believe whatever people tell me. And and I don't want to go down the crazy flat Earth route because once you cross that boundary, it's like people are like, "Oh man, that dude's crazy." You know, it's the ultimate to be called crazy.
I think it's bad to muddy the waters, and you know,
it is because I want to talk about the Mandela Effect, but I'm also talking about the moon waves, which are these moon ripples that are going across the moon. Is this simply that the moon is overlapping realities? You know, or are we seeing two moons for a second?
Right.
That's how I'm tying it into the Mandela Effect.
Well, I think they all tie in to look at.
Yeah.
But
well, the moon is scientifically strange because if you study other planets, they have multiple moons. The fact that we have one moon and it's perfectly positioned to eclipse the sun from what is the sun 93 million miles away from Earth. It's perfectly positioned to eclipse. And on top of that, we only went to the moon once with a manned mission. A lot of people say, well, why didn't we go back? Or did we even go to the moon? And on top of that, what's really peculiar is some people believe in that the moon is projecting it's some type of satellite. It's like an extraterrestrial satellite projecting the holographic reality down to Earth. That's one theory. Another theory, and this is more scientific, India crashed a probe into the moon, I forget, like in 2010, 11. And one of the astronauts who went to the moon said, you watch, they're going to crash a probe into the moon. They're going to find water underneath these craters. So scientists are starting to come to this conclusion that perhaps the moon underneath the craters is completely water. So, which brings up this idea, if you think about if someone was covering up the moon being what it isn't, is somebody projecting craters or solidity, like a solid substance over the moon when perhaps it's completely water?
I'm not sure why and how they would. Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like we live in a fake reality. So, you know, if there's a reason for it, maybe. But God, I don't want to go any more crazy. I don't want to think, you know, now the moon is being projected on.
My question is, why is it that we only see one side of the moon? You know, I mean,
what are the chances of that?
You're in space and you're in
the sun. There's an old book called "Who Built the Moon?" That's all about that the moon, statistically speaking, is almost impossible. Like for it to be in its position, for it to be in the gravity, its size.
Something's one side. It's not spinning. I mean, it's crazy.
Hold on, Moneybags just got here. I want to invite him into the conversation. Everybody loves Moneybags. They're going crazy in the chat room. They're saying hi, Moneybags.
Hello, everybody.
So, you want to jump in on? We was talking about the moon waves. I was saying that maybe the moon waves we're actually seeing two moons on top of each other, and it's kind of, you know, two realities for a second, just like the Sky Cities. We're kind of going down the rabbit hole tonight. You want to jump in on your 2 cents on the moon?
Well, the moon is incredible. It has a whole bunch of stuff about it that's just out there, like you say. You know, I've heard that there's jazz music coming from the dark side of the moon.
Good taste, at least.
Yeah. I've heard that it's hollow. You know, they've sent signals to it, and it's rung like a bell. A lot of different things. I've seen those ripples you're talking about. I think it's what is that channel? Like Black Crow or?
Yeah,
what you're
I can't
talking
remember
about?
who it is, but if you type in, I think they're called Lunar.
They have a high-powered
Lunar Waves.
Yeah, he has a high power setup.
That was excellent.
I've seen those ripples. I don't know what that is, but yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. Something I wanted to bring up tonight, since I saw that Jynx had brought her son on. My son's been dying to come on, and he got me into this whole mess.
Yeah, I
So
remember that.
I was wondering if it would be okay for him to
Well,
jump on for a few minutes.
It's funny. My next question on the list is, why are children seeing stuff that adults can't? They keep bringing up Mandela effects before we find them. Why do you think children are more perceptive to this?
I think they're closer to the source.
Mm.
You
And
know?
you can bring your kid on and ask her.
Absolutely. Children are closer
Okay.
to nature.
Hmm. Yeah, I do. And I think that they're not as set in their ways as adults. You know, we're a lot
Right.
less willing to believe things. They're pretty open to accepting things still, you know, at that age, which is why I think that it changed so much between my daughter and my son's age, between that 11 and 13. I think by the time you hit your adolescence, like 13, you're really starting to have these set beliefs that are being put in there by society, you know? And I think before that, it's like I said, you're closer to the source.
All right. Well, Evan, if you want to bring your kid on, you can write it down. Let's bring him on. And
It's interesting. I heard Joel mention that we had only been one manned mission to the moon. That's actually what my son was wishing he could talk about.
sure.
Because there's
There you
been
go.
6 manned missions, Joel. I don't know
Yeah,
if you know
yeah.
Yeah.
about that, but
Yeah, but
it was news to me and my son
there's been
during this
6.
whole
They
Mandela effect thing.
That was actually a Mandela effect I found a while back. Yeah, there's 6, and I
What-
6
all right. So for
manned
people who've
missions.
never heard this, explain it, Evan, real quick. What's how many?
Well,
there's
there was
supposed to be?
Apollo 11, and then Apollo 13 was the
13.
one they did the movie on, right? Where they
Right.
didn't make it there.
Hmm.
But they put men on the moon in Apollo 14, 15, 16, and 17.
And they all
Yep.
went on the moon.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's been like
They say
15 men walk
Yeah.
on the moon. This was all news to me this past year.
yeah,
I
I
didn't
just learned
know.
it a couple months ago.
What is your old reality on this? How many people went to the moon?
Well,
0.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think all of us
I-
think the moon landings are probably BS. But what do you think?
But I always hear people talk about the fake moon landing. Well, now there's like 6
Right,
fake
right.
moon land, you know?
Yeah, right?
So that
Yeah.
just blew my mind. And my son had just researched that not long before this, and he had just researched it. And so he's like, he was mind blown like I was. So let me grab him real quick. And
Right. I mean, I pretty much don't trust anything out of NASA, so you know that's fine.
But were you aware that
I didn't know that there was that many missions, and I don't remember it stopping at
Yep.
17 either. I thought it stopped
Yep.
earlier than that when they were actually landing.
No.
I don't,
Yep.
you know, I'm not the
Hey,
best on this one because
Yeah, because
Okay,
I always
but
thought
let's let
only
your
one
son
group
talk
of
about it.
people walked on the moon. But hey, whatever.
So Moneybags,
Yeah, that's what they always talk about.
Moneybags, if your son would be interested in getting together, maybe like a kids video, let me know, because I think that my kids would be down with that. I have a bunch of kids in my life I could talk to about it that would be willing to.
that'd be cool, man. If you want to get that going, that'd be
Yeah,
great,
I
guys.
mean, if he's down with it and he wants to participate, just get a hold of me, you know, after the show by email. So
Oh, by the way,
you're gonna have to share.
little station break here. I'm going to put
You're
links to
crazy.
everybody's channels. If you want to subscribe and watch their videos, anyone I usually invite on here, I really like their videos. So
It's gonna
if you like my videos, you'll probably like their videos, although we're all a little different. And so there's my station break and pitch. And Evan, what was your son's name that's coming on?
Evan Jr.
Evan Jr. All right,
awesome.
we'll call him Evan.
Yeah.
Go ahead. He's got the floor when he's ready to step in.
Okay, look at this here, not the.
Oh,
Okay,
all right.
that's delayed. So look over here.
This is kids' night. All right, let's do this.
I know, right?
Well, that's cool, man.
Okay, so I had.
Money
So I
bags
heard.
too.
I wanted. Okay, so I wanted you to talk about the moon missions, which you were blown away by, because Joel had mentioned, which I thought 1 or 2, so I wasn't far from what Joel was thinking. But it's news to me last year that we had 6 manned missions
Oh,
to
yeah.
the moon.
That shocked
And
me.
Jynx said she
Yeah.
had just learned that last year as well. So if you want to talk about that.
Yeah, it was crazy to me because I had researched the moon while I was over at my aunt's house. I had researched the moon landings extensively. Like I don't know, I went through like a little bit of an obsession period with it. And then I was researching it and I only found 2. And then I asked my aunt, like, why have there only been 2 moon missions? One that landed and then one that failed, Apollo 13. And then she said, like, I don't know. And then, 4 years later, I find out that there's 6. It's mind-boggling, crazy.
Truly is.
Wow.
So you remember actually
what
like
do they teach in
researching
school?
it? Were you doing this for school or something? Or you just wanted to know?
No. I just started researching it one day on my own.
Got it.
Knowledge is power.
Any of you
See-
panelists want to ask him some questions?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So are you a fairly intuitive kid? I've noticed that, like with my son and stuff, the whole fact that you guys would go and look this kind of stuff up, it's not something most kids would do. Do you find your friends doing that too? Do you feel like you maybe are, I hate saying it this way, but maybe a little bit more of an old soul than other kids you're around?
I don't know. I feel like there's so much to this world to know about. Like I want to learn about everything.
Yeah.
Like there's so much to see, so much to do. That's why
Nice.
I research tons of different things.
Guys, you remind me of my son, same deal. He's big on history. Do you keep an eye on history too? I'm wondering if kids who recognize these changes are more involved with, study of history in any way.
Yeah, I haven't been that much studying history as of late because last year I was in middle school, 8th grade. We had history, but now this year, my first year in high school, we don't take history the first year. We take history the second year.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, but I've always been like I've been researching like a little bit today actually, the Norse mythology.
Oh, very cool.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Evan, I want to ask you a question. A lot of people in our community can't remember their childhood, their really young childhood.
Yeah.
It's like somebody
That's
erased it. How far does your childhood go back? What is your first memory?
You're talking to me.
No, young Evan.
Oh,
First memories.
one
Do
of
you
my
remember-
first memories.
How far can you
was-
remember back?
I think I can remember when I was in my walker when I was around like 3 years old. Was it?
So-
Ooh, and in your walker, you would have been like 1. Just
Oh yeah,
turning 1.
1 or 2. I remember walking in my walker down the hallway. That would have to be my earliest memory.
You still have good
Oh, wow.
memories. What
Yeah.
about older
Yeah.
Evan? Evan, do you feel like your childhood memories? Can you remember being in a walker, or
No,
Or do you feel like they're
My
gone?
earliest memories are like kindergarten.
okay?
Everything
Yeah.
before that's gone. I just can't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
me too.
You too, vegan? I'm third grade back. I don't remember any of it.
I remember taking pictures at 4 or 5 years old. A photographer in the house, the whole 9, and I took the picture. And then when I look at the picture, I remember that event. So
Yeah, my suspenders broke on the first day of kindergarten, so I'll never forget it.
So you
It
remember
was
that.
a
Never
bad
forget
day
it.
for me.
All
I was
right.
crying.
Well, kindergarten's still pretty
Never
early.
told me
That's
about
not
that.
yeah,
out of control. I was just curious. I wanted to ask a kid if they were like, "Oh yeah, man, I don't remember first grade on." I'd be kind of wondering if it's happening to kids. So I wanted to ask that.
yeah.
What about Joel? Do you have your childhood memories, or are they gone?
Probably, I would say up to 4. And with the trend going, I wonder if it's just an age as
Yeah,
you get
that-
older.
Like that doesn't. When someone says they don't have a childhood memory from 3 or 4 down, that doesn't like make me go, "Oh, okay." That's
Right.
probably normal.
But it's a good question.
But there's a lot of us. Like I'm telling you, it's like someone just deleted my memory. My dad will show me these pictures, and I'm like, I don't remember any of this. I don't know. It's
Right.
really weird. So that's a good question. Here's the big one that I've kind of been dancing around. But okay, what do you guys think flip-flopping is caused by? And for new listeners, flip-flopping means that a Mandela effect changes, and then it changes back, and it changes and changes back. And some of these things, like the Ford logo, has gone through this a few times. Tidy Cats has gone through this a few times. Rice Krispies. What do you guys think? Why is it happening?
Well, we kind of talked about this earlier in the show. I personally believe that we're being tuned in between different frequencies, so we're picking up both. Can I give you an example that I saw on another YouTuber's channel, Montre Bible, I believe? It was one of the best sort of explanations I've ever heard. And he went on to say, if you imagine all of us being in a room and we're all dancing to a radio station, and the room starts moving, we're actually a bus, but we don't realize that we're in a room that moves. So we get about halfway there and the station starts changing, and some people notice the difference and some people don't, keep talking. And then eventually you get to the stop and new people come on the bus and they say, hey, that station we were listening to, you know, we go, it used to play rock and roll, but now it's playing rap. And for those people, it always played rap because they're at this new location, you know? I feel like we're in the middle of that bus ride when we're seeing residual. Does that make sense? Like, I really think that we're kind of seeing both come through at the same time, and that's why it can exist in one reality together. I think it's kind of just layered on top of each other. So yeah, 100%. We're picking up two frequencies.
That video, by the way.
It was amazing. It right away it struck me as one of the most coherent things I had ever heard in relation to how this was described. So yeah, check his videos out. He's great.
You want to expand on that, Evan, and speak louder? We can't hear you. Get up closer.
Well, I'm just saying, for some reason, I think that we're being conscious of all these different versions of ourselves. I don't know why it is, but part of our awakening, that's what I call this, is an awakening. Some people don't think it is, but I've always believed it was an awakening. And I think we're being conscious of there could be, there could be infinite, it's hard to think of infinite, but multiple versions of ourselves. You know, every time you make a decision, it splits, and then you have all these different realities, and we're bouncing back and forth. And for some reason, we're becoming conscious of these. I don't, to me, it's time to wake up.
Yeah.
I don't really have a better explanation for it than that.
That's what I was saying before. I think that, maybe a positive way to look at it, I feel like we are kind of a group of warriors, Maybe a group of people.
I don't mean to interrupt, but the cat's
cracking up. I have all these cats are in here with me right now too.
I gotta ask,
by my computer screen.
Are the snowshoes, are they mostly female?
I have 2 males and 1 female.
Okay, because we have 1 female snowshoe.
Oh my God, I love them. I love them.
Yep.
That's so funny that so many of us are cat people. Put that on your next poll, Jynx.
How many people have cats? Oh, can I say real quick for the Mandela Effect? He is in the chat room right now. The Mandela Effect and Other Phenomenon keeps asking about the poll links. If you're curious, you can actually just get on my videos, and I did a video on the commonalities, and that has pretty much everything I found in it. So, yeah, wanted to put that out there.
Oh, the new stuff you found with the polls. Yeah, there was some pretty interesting. I like that video. If you guys haven't seen her, she's got a newer channel, so you probably haven't seen it over there, but they're well produced. So please stop over and subscribe. And Kate and them keep dropping the link in there.
Has anyone looked closely at the North Pole as far as the Mandela Effect? Because my recollection growing up, I remember the North Pole being a landmass.
Yes, it was a landmass. It was one. It's crazy.
I'm with you.
So people have already analyzed that aspect of it, right?
I have. I haven't put it out there. I don't know if other people have, but I've heard talk about it looking different. I remember it as landmass.
Exactly, are they saying it is today? Is it just water with ice that breaks easily? Is that what you're saying?
It's just a spot in the ocean, just a location and a coordinate in the ocean, as far as I've.
So there's no permanent bases in the North Pole.
No, there's no actual North Pole. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Your cats are cracking me up. The thing that makes me wonder is, ever since I was a child, they've just been beating us to death about global warming and the North Pole melting, and then we get in this reality and no one's talking about it. It's melted. It's gone. Right. We're the polar bears, right? That we're all going to die and drown to death. And what happened? Where's all the flooding that was supposed to happen? And none of that is. it's just so crazy that something that big and was drilled into us as kids is just like everybody's nonchalant about it. It's like, oh yeah. And I'm wondering how much residuals left of the multitudes of videos and documentaries and stuff are made about the North Pole, and
Tons.
and not only that, but the global warming arguments where they're always talking and showing pictures, and all of a sudden all that stuff stopped. I haven't seen anything out.
Yeah.
Right.
Can I ask? Sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, they show on the maps a large snow cap. They're saying that snow cap is not solid enough. I guess a landmass.
That's what I've read. Yeah.
So why even show it on the globe? Why even show it on the map?
I remember watching
No idea.
like Pawn Stars, and they were bringing in little discs that sit on the North Pole where it's the true magnetic north, and it moves every few, and these people keep the old disc and sell them. And it's like, well, if it's all water now, how is there like 100 years of these discs?
Well, so I haven't looked at the globe lately, but I was on Google Earth last time I checked, and there wasn't any kind of landmass. There was no snow. When I was looking at it, there was nothing. So,
right.
Yeah, I don't know if it's changed since then, if you're seeing a kind of mass there, but there was nothing on Google Earth. Like I was on there like a week or two ago.
All right.
So what do they have on?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
What do they have on the map that signifies the North Pole? They don't have anything?
Nothing. It's just a dot, just a coordinate, just showing the top. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a major Mandela effect for me.
Yeah, it was for me too.
There's got to be so much residual to this stuff. I mean, like I said, it's been drilled into us since we were kids. Now, remember all the terrible videos of polar bears going to drown if they don't have, a North Pole?
Right.
So Santa Claus
this whole time.
Yeah, Santa Claus lived in the water, huh?
Yeah, he lived in the water. There's no ice there, so
Bringing up some
he's a
residual.
mermaid.
What about the factory, the toy factory that makes all the kids and the elves?
It's under the sea.
It's all on a boat now, right?
It's all ran by fish.
Nah,
that's a big
crazy.
one. I'm surprised more people aren't on board on the North Pole. There's got to be so much evidence floating around.
Have you guys seen the video I did? It was the first video I did, and it was on the Australian landmass. I'm wondering what you guys think of that new continent being discovered in that same area.
Yeah.
I will see if I can pull up a picture here. I have a really good screenshot of that.
Okay.
Oh, no, I don't. Hold on. I gotta find it. Keep talking about it.
See, I'm with Vegan on the North Pole, but I don't know about this Australia new landmass. I feel like it's always been there.
I'm going to show this, and I feel like I remember learning about this when I was a kid, but honestly, I don't know if I'm just mixing it up, because for a while I thought New Zealand was in a different place and Tasmania was in a different place, and I was like, oh, that's Tasmania, right? It used to be over there, and I think that's the problem with this damn Mandela effect is I'm second guessing everything I know. I don't know anymore what the hell's real and what's not. So here's, I'm sorry, here's the picture. Can you guys see this? Can you guys see this picture that's out right now? And here's some, oh, you guys cannot see the screen share. Can you see it now?
I can see
You're talking about it? Okay. There's a globe on here, and
is.
you'll notice that there is this strange landmass on this globe next to Australia. And why is this in a movie, on a globe, in a school?
Okay, so can I speak on this? I actually remember that landmass really clearly on the map. I remember it being there. I really want to point people towards the video that I just made, because I have some information showing that that landmass is in the same, there's actually, if you look at some Google Earth pictures, there's actually a shape that appeared under where the landmass was, that somebody had come out with in like 2013 and, was saying, maybe this is the missing landmass. Well, it also coordinates with the area that Lemuria was supposed to be in, which I think is really fascinating. And then they were saying there was nothing under the sea. And then we end up with this new continent being discovered, like a week ago. And it happens to, again, be in the exact same place as Lemuria and as this missing landmass that I personally remember. So I just thought that was fascinating, And then somebody else brought up to me in email off of one of the videos that I did. And they were saying that the Malaysian plane, that disappeared was actually in that area too. And if this landmass disappeared, I wonder at some point, you know, was that plane flying over the same spot? I'm not saying I believe this, but, you know, somebody brought it to my attention. And I thought that was another interesting thing to add to it. But yeah, what do you guys think about that? About it all being
I'm
in that
actually
same
with
place?
you, Jynx, because I remember like Madagascar off of, you know, Africa. Now I
Right.
remember in the Indian Ocean, right by Australia, there was another landmass.
I remember it clearly.
It wasn't, I don't know if it was as big as, but then again, there was a little bit of a blur effect with that image the doc was showing.
I took a few different pictures of that image off of that capture that are on my video. I think I included a couple of them, so you get it from a little bit of, you know, two angles.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see if other people get some video of that. The chat room keeps asking me to ask you guys about synchronicity, and I know we've talked about this on another show, but oh, Evan, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you want to throw your 2 cents in on this Australia thing? I know you've talked about it on your show.
Well, Australia is totally different, even the shape of it itself. And then I remember it 1,000 miles south from where it is now. Like,
Absolutely.
Yeah, it seems really close.
you notice Australia being a lot further north?
Well, yeah, but not that much, but it just seems a little bit, a hair too close.
You don't remember it right next to Papua New Guinea and Indonesia?
No.
I remember it like 1,000 miles down. There was
Yeah.
ocean, vast ocean
Right.
around.
That's why they
by
call it the
itself.
land down under.
I'm
Like
with
it
you.
could
it
have
was
been that far down because Antarctica's down there.
Yeah,
in that
see,
area.
when you talk like that, the globe was bigger. It seems like it's shrunk to me because there
Yeah.
was.
Things are closer.
We even have half of it on Google Earth now is all ocean. You
I
can
was
put
just going to
Google
say that.
Earth to a certain way to where
Yep.
all you see is ocean.
I showed my
Yeah.
That's odd.
I showed
But
my
I
husband
remember New Zealand to the northeast of Australia, in the Ring of Fire. Down. I do not remember that landmass to the west, like a few people said.
Yeah, I don't remember the name of it.
I saw somebody show something like that. It was like a logo or a name of the map or something.
I've zoomed in and checked that out, and from everything I can see, it's not
It looks like a landmass in the movie. Is that what you're
right.
saying?
That it's to scale,
Yeah, I don't
like
know.
a scale. Yeah, if you get onto the original clip and you slow it down and go frame by frame,
That's odd that you and Joel and Taryn, you also all remember a landmass to the.
oh
to the
yeah,
west?
I remember it clearly.
I remember it, but I don't remember what it was called.
See, that's
And
kind of odd,
I
'cause I have no
remember
memory of
what
that.
bugs me is New Zealand used to be a lot further, like different with Australia too. Like it's in the wrong place. That bugs me a lot because I was like in New Zealand and I don't know. I'm hoping somebody chimes in from New Zealand and is like, yeah, wait a sec. You know, that's where I'm waiting for these people that actually live in these places to comment in. That, yeah, our state changed. Or
They're claiming that they discovered a new continent.
Yeah. Okay. So a new continent was discovered. They released the information on February 1st, and it was found in the same area that the landmass on that map pretty much is missing. It is 3.6 billion years old, and they've dated it using rock. And they believe that it's broken apart over time, and that it kind of spreads in an area that is between, oh my gosh, I'm not going to say it off the top of my head. I can't remember, but there's a certain, I say it in the video. Yeah. But yeah. And it's a brand new this last week.
So we've circumnavigated the globe X number of times, and we've never noticed 550 miles of new land.
That is correct.
It's under the surface of the water, isn't it?
Well, you know,
popped up.
Not these pictures, huh?
What?
No.
What pictures are you looking at?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm looking at the wrong stuff. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, check out my video. I have the photos on there. You can look it up and go from there.
So it's
You're
under the
about to
water.
blow my mind again.
But yeah, it's under the water. It's under the water.
Oh, okay.
They're saying a continent used to exist that's now underwater,
Yeah.
and then they can see it
I
on
heard about
satellite
that.
imaging and stuff like that.
Right. Well, and there was a type of rock that showed up on a nearby beach, and that's what they based it on. And this rock wasn't capable of being found on this beach. And so they started looking into it more, and it's this giant continent that they found. So, but you know, it made me think of the masonry gland. That discovery, am I saying it right? The masonry gland?
Mesentery.
Mesentery. What I thought was really interesting, you know, they just said that was a new discovery too over this last year. Well, my friend Rigo, he has a video if you check out his stuff, and he went to the library and found a book from 2007 that has that gland in it. It's labeled.
I've dissected lots of bodies, and I remember the mesentery. It was always just like this fibrous tissue that held your intestines in place, and it was never just classified as a gland. I think this is one where a lot of people cried wolf on this one, because like the mesentery has always been there. All they did was kind of like lump it together and reclassify it, and it's like, hey, I guess this thing's really an organ. It's not just a connective sheet.
God, that makes me feel better, because, you know, if you have people cutting people open for hundreds of years and not knowing what they're looking at.
Well, that happens. I mean, like, you know, if I asked you all how many of y'all know where your Brunner's glands are, probably no one has a clue. You know, there's glands you just don't know unless you're like really into anatomy. So there's things in there that I feel like a lot of people, and this is one of the topics I want to talk about, have the Mandela Effect community been crying wolf way too much?
Yes. Yes.
They're just trying to get popular and jump on the bandwagon, and you got like 12-year-old girls just, you know, making videos. I don't know if like they're just doing it for the hits, because if I look at a channel and they only have one Mandela video,
right?
You know, we're like, hey, did you hear about this? And then they move on and talk about something else. You know, I feel like they're just
they're grabbing onto it.
They're not really. I mean, because if you understand what this is, that holy cow, reality just changed. What else is not real?
You're
like,
not going to do
that's
5
mind-boggling. You wouldn't be like, okay, I'm going to go back and talk about you know, Justin Timberlake's new album.
They might actually be remembering different things, though. They just don't know how to react to it. They don't know where to go with it.
Well, we got your son there. What does he say about all this? What happens when the
young people your age, a little younger, making those "I'm shook" videos? What's your opinion on that?
Well, I don't know that much, to be honest, but I feel like they kind of are doing it for views, because
Well, you made a Mandela Effect video.
Mm-hmm.
You're not full blown, like you don't have the memories I have to like have 400 things, but I mean.
Yeah, but it's still a very, very weird thing, a strange thing.
Yeah, you're definitely experiencing it. It's
like, well, maybe that's a good point, Evan. It's just the amount of stuff that they're going to remember compared to us. That you know, they're going to run through the 3 or 4 things they're absolutely sure about, and then they're done.
That's
something that you brought up earlier that are actually synchronicities. I've been experiencing a lot of those.
Yeah, okay, let's bring that up, because it just keeps coming up in the chat room and won't go away. Why don't you start? Tell us about your synchronicities.
Well, basically, it's like they happen all the time. It's like I'm thinking about something, someone says it, or I'm thinking about a word, then I see it on TV or I see it being acted out. It happens all the time for me.
You're more conscious of it now than ever before.
Yeah.
In the past 6 months, 8 months.
Mm-hmm.
Have you guys noticed this is something I've noticed, and I've talked to a lot of other people, and this is kind of, I think, was in my poll, in my commonalities video, but have you guys noticed that a lot of the people who are having these synchronicities, some of them are sort of dark in nature? Have you guys noticed that? I've gotten a few that were just really like sort of warning me of something, and I've seen that like happen to a few people, and I know, you know, I'm not trying to bring like negative stuff up, and I'm not even saying it's negative, but
synchronicities can be dark or good. It all depends on the person's perception. I think Dr. Taryn was talking about seeing if we could manifest something, and I brought up that there's an old pithy slogan that inside is outside. So if you're having these dark internal thoughts, you're going to produce dark synchronicities. If you're having what you would consider good internal thoughts, you're going to have good externalizations of your internal thoughts, because, and this is not new, the Hermetic philosophers of antiquity, actually, because most of science, if you trace science, I think earlier, Jynx, you were talking about how science itself has kind of become dogmatic, and well, science itself stems from the occult. And during the Renaissance, they took what Francis Bacon had, and what Francis Bacon had was the mystery schools, and the mystery schools go back to Egypt, and those schools go into the antiquities and into India. So synchronicity itself is as ancient as human causality and human perception. So to say that people are having dark synchronicities or good synchronicities, it all depends what the person's perception considers to be dark or good.
Yeah,
Right.
I totally agree.
I guess when I'm saying dark, I don't mean that they are, I don't think I'm explaining it the right way. I feel like they are messages towards us to take action of some sort. Does that make sense?
So
But
like
not warning,
prophetic synchronicities.
Yes. Yeah.
We would say omens, some of us.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. If they have, definitely.
Yeah, I feel like they're somewhat omens, and I don't mean like they're warning, like you stay away from me. Although I've had, Rigo's had that happen to him, but I'm talking more along the lines of like, I'm giving you this message, listen to it. There's something you can do with it. Does that make sense?
Well, let me ask
Like
you
a
this:
channeling?
like when 2012 rolled around, some people said it's the apocalypse. Some people said it was the awakening. Once again, I still think that your internalization of what's out there defines whether it's good or bad, because the Mayan prophecy itself, was it an omen or was it prophetic, or is it our own perception that actually fills out those details?
Yeah.
So I don't know.
But
do we have,
because if there's multiple versions of each of us, it's
Right.
whatever you believe is what you're conscious. That's the conscious you that you're experiencing. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
so are we saying that there are no universal truths?
To some
Are we
extent,
saying,
I
are we
suppose.
saying
Yeah, I
that?
think we each have our own truth.
And-
Yeah, I think it's different for everybody,
fair. But we're all connected. I think we're all connected still, but
I do too.
we're all kind of experiencing our own situations. But we're conscious in the us that we're, how do I explain it? Whatever your whatever your thoughts are, whatever you think about, that's what you get. So, you could have it all different ways. That's what I've been learning from this Mandela Effect. You can experience a whole range of views. And then, like I said, I could be here with different versions of you all in a future meeting up, like, a meetup like this. I think we're just shifting around all the time, and we just never knew it.
Yeah.
I think that's what's going on.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder, like, what is a fact at this point?
I don't think they're.
Yeah, this thing is so unsettling. I'm with you, Evan Jr., that, what's real now when the reality can change overnight and continents can move and North Poles disappear? Like, what are facts anymore? That's, to me, is a joke.
I think what's real is that we are all connected. I mean, I really think that's it. I think what's real is we all share those roots underneath the ground, and that we all are connected through some kind of love.
I think our experiences and our interactions are real. Like that's but the rest of this, we're just playing a big video game. I don't know.
Well, and see, I believe that too. You asked me about simulation. I believe that it is a sort of simulated world. I think I am thinking of it by frequencies as opposed to digital. Does that make sense? But I think that we are kind of seeing it the same way. I wanted to say
this. I'd like to say this one more time. You guys believe there is no universal truth, that there is something that we all must agree that is true. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't understand your question that way. I do believe we're all collective, like in the same collective consciousness.
I do too.
We come down here to gain experience. So if that's what you mean by universal truth, I think we all come down.
There has to be a limit to the creativity of your individual truth. There has to be one constant.
But we're not
Now,
all
the
No,
question-
I don't.
constant at the same time.
Yeah, I don't
think
believe
there's
that.
nuance.
Because
I believe
like
it's
I said
true.
this before,
I believe it's true that everyone right now is breathing air. I believe it's
Right.
true that everyone right now, blood is pumping through their veins. I believe it's true that we are having a conversation right here at this moment. There
But-
are universal
okay,
truths
yeah, I can agree with those statements.
stated that can't be disagreed upon. Like
You're talking about biological natural laws, and I agree
Yeah.
with you wholly there.
exactly,
Yeah.
but we're also
Except
talking
for-
about the manipulation of those things as well.
Well, I feel
Right.
like, all right, can I chime in on this one?
Yeah.
I feel like we are from the other side as a collective consciousness. We come in here as explorers and we gain experience. And that's the whole point of existence. Now, what happens is we all decide to play this game together. And if a majority of people want to change the rules in the game, they can change this reality. So if a majority of people, as crazy as it
Can't
sounds,
change it.
says, you know what, we're
Terrence,
not,
No, I
Yeah.
agree.
You can't change breathing.
you
You
can change
cannot
breathing,
change
but there'll be
breathing.
consequences. Everybody will die
Well,
that doesn't know how to
But
breathe
you
that.
have
or
to-
can
You
breathe.
have to assume that breathing is real, and if you're looking at a
Yeah.
simulation theory,
It's
It
a
is
simulation.
real.
It's real
Breathing
right now
is
because that's all we
tangible.
know. But if a
Yeah.
majority of, if there was
It's
more energy
measurable.
going on to saying we don't need to breathe,
Measurable and tangible.
you're
and
still
you know
stuck
it,
in this
and we
science
all know
world, man. Like,
about-
No, it's
What
not a
about
science
eating,
world.
though?
There's two worlds. We have a
Imagine
mental
where
world.
we just
We have a
look at
mental
the
world. And we have a physical
instead of
world.
eating.
well, you know, if you,
All
I,
right.
that's
If
the
I could-
problem. I think that's the
Go ahead.
problem. Is we're
this is like our
separating.
first debate. Go ahead.
Kind of. We're
I want to be
No,
like
it's
with
not a
Auckland.
debate.
Go.
It's not
We're
a debate.
separating
it's just
our-
that I think we're overlooking the obvious too. Now we can go to the stuff that we speculate on, but there are some obvious truths here.
I
There's
think we're-
rules set. There's rules set in the
Right.
game that you got to play by. But if enough people want to, they can change the rules.
Right, and
think
what
we're
I
separating-
call that. Go ahead, Jynx.
I'm sorry.
I'm not
I think we're
breathing.
separating physical and spiritual world too much. Our physical world is created from our spiritual world, you know. And so what we are seeing, I think what you know the doctor's trying to say is that what we're seeing is part of our creation, you know, as a source, as an energy, you know. And if enough people are going that direction, then it's going to change because our realities, we're capable of making our reality anything.
The
Yeah.
rules like a video game is what I'm trying to say, and that you can hack and change the rules of a video
Right.
game, but all your characters will die in that part, and they'll come back as new
Exactly.
players.
Exactly.
You know,
Well, there's-
they'll come back as stuff that can work without air. So, or they'll go to a different video game and they'll say, "Screw this video game! I'm going to go over where I can go be a flying hamster that rides a dragon," and that's their reality. And they go, you know, it's
Well, for
whatever
vegan-
reality they
my
want
point-
to
my
be
point-
in.
There's definitely scientific explanations to what vegans trying to say. The objective
I
reality,
understand.
the sum of all subjective consent.
you.
So this aligns with Taryn's conclusion as well. So just to bridge a gap here.
Yeah, we're not actually apart on this. I'm agreeing with him. I'm just saying
Yeah, we're just
people
talking.
have the power to change the simulation. if
Oh
they
yeah,
want.
absolutely. And you
Right
know,
now, cells
until
are
we
replicating in our bodies. Right now, cells are replicating in our bodies.
right, but the
I mean,
the idea
it's-
of cells
in our
is the
mind-
sum
in
of
our
our
mind.
knowledge. Point.
Yeah, wait, could
Nothing to
I
do with
chime in
ourselves.
for a sec? I believe like
Yeah.
all our beliefs from when we were a baby, we were brought up to believe all these certain things, and we're taken into this world believing certain things.
It's
And
osmosis. Yeah.
when we say like life is what you think, if you think it, it'll happen. Obviously, you can't think and then a gold bar is going to appear on the desk. That's obviously not going to happen because you don't believe 100% that that's going to happen in your mind. There's no possible way that any of us right now could believe 100%
Hey,
that's
let's
going to
try and
happen.
manifest a gold bar, Terrence.
Well, do you guys remember, like, as silly an example this is, like when they're in the Matrix, the movie The Matrix, and they put Neo through a test, and they're like, "Well, you can fly if you really believe you can fly because you're in the Matrix. None of this is real." And he fails the test. He keeps jumping off the building, and he can't get past this idea that, you know, hey, you can really fly.
Until
I
he
think
invents
that-
the paraglider.
Oh, well, what I'm trying to say is you make these games before you go in, and these are the rules set in the game. So, yes, gravity exists here. Yes, you pump blood. Yes,
I'm
you do
sorry,
all
I'm
this
not-
stuff.
I'm not
But you
laughing
can,
at you guys.
you can hack the rules of the game and change them if enough people want to hack and change them. And then That's all I'm saying is I don't think it's going to happen because we were raised to believe that we have to be in this world like this. And I think that when you decide, no, I don't want to play by these rules anymore, that it changes your vibration. You can ascend the hell out of here.
Yeah.
Or there are things in this world you cannot change.
Well, the definitions change. That's what I'm getting at. Like the objective reality that we conclude today through the sum of consent, through peer review, all of that's going to change because with enough subjective critical mass through the perception of the individual, we're going to change the definition of what you call cells flowing through our blood. At one point, we didn't know what gravity was. We called it something else. Tomorrow, gravity is not going to be gravity. This is what I'm getting at. Just because you think you know the definition of something doesn't mean that that is the pinnacle of the evolution of the thing in itself. And that goes into to philosophy and the idea that you can't know the thing in itself because what you think you know is actually your sensate biological feedback loop. And it's going through the biological circuitry that we evolved alongside with the phenomenon that we call the thing in itself. And if you want to study that further, you can look up some Kantian philosophy. You can look up the idea that spirit and matter are actually one, but we divide the universe to classify and understand it so we could build society and civilization. That's all I wanted to say.
You are on the exact, I think we have a lot of the same ideas. What you're saying is exactly what I'm trying to say, I think in a much more eloquent way.
Thank you.
I have a quick question for everyone on the panel. Do you believe that consciousness can exist outside of our physical body?
Absolutely.
For sure.
No doubt.
Yeah,
No doubt.
absolutely.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not something I thought much about 5-10 years ago, but I'm thinking a lot about now.
Oh yeah,
And
definitely.
I totally to me, it's separate. We're like, consciousness is here and we're in it, as opposed to
See,
it's being
Can I say
created
something?
by our mind.
Sorry if I'm
Like how I used to
I
think.
agree.
I want to let Vegan chime in here. Go ahead.
I agree. Consciousness, the way I see it, is the real intelligence, not our minds. I think our minds for this manifestation, and we're trying to use our manifested minds to explain the unmanifested. And that's where I think we get into trouble a lot. And talking about our experiences and what we think in our education, we're talking about of this world. Our consciousness is that thing I think we're touching on that is beyond this world and directly linked to the source. Our bodies and our minds are nothing but vessels for our consciousness. To say that our mind, what we're thinking, can change this physical world, I don't know if I agree with that.
May
My
I
opinion.
make a comment real quick? Look at the entire Mandela Effect. Things that we thought couldn't possibly change, that were fact and physical, you know, like physical fact, it's changing.
Yeah, things that we said no way you could
exactly
move.
What you're saying, you know, exactly what
Yeah.
you're saying.
You couldn't wake up in a continent and be somewhere else. Well,
Exactly.
you know, yeah, it did. So that can
Yes, you could.
So you kind of
In
have
the
to
manifested world, you could wake up and be completely in a different continent. Do you know how? It's called hypnosis. You could be hypnotized to believe you are in a pool of water drowning, and you would feel like you were drowning. Hypnosis can.
But is the sensate experience
can give you the appearance? Hypnosis can give you the appearance that you're living in a reality when you're not.
But what if
And
your reality is a hypnotic experience through sensation?
in the first place.
Well, where I'm going with this is that I think there could be a chemical aspect to the Mandela effect.
Like a psyop is.
I don't know. We can call it a psyop, but I don't know. We need to look at all avenues and look at everything, because we know that people can be hypnotized to believe whatever the hypnotist wants them to believe. Have they perfected a way to do that on a mass level?
That is exactly what. That's exactly.
And are we the residual of become hypnotized? That was another thing I've been looking at for the last week or two.
Yeah, I see it in between.
So I'm not counting out anything. I'm just saying, could people be influenced to believe something that isn't true? And the answer is yes.
100%. It's called propaganda.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
I believe that that is what's happening by the changing of the frequencies. I believe that we are actually being changed. Okay, I'm not saying this very well. I'm not being very on cue tonight, but I believe that we are being contacted through a frequency. Does that make sense? And I think that the people who are not seeing the changes are reacting to the frequency in the way that it has been set up as an objective to achieve. However, I believe that some of us are not being affected by those frequencies in the same way. And that creates the Mandela Effect people.
Possibility, just putting it out there.
Okay,
That's all.
I'm going to jump in here for a sec because people are wanting to come in with questions, and it is that time of the show. We can definitely return to this because I think we got some good passion going tonight. It's good. It's fun. And we can keep talking about it. But I'm going to drop my email now into the chat room. And if you would like to come on, here's how it works. You come on with headphones like I'm wearing. Make sure your mic works. If you come on and it's all like hissing, I'm just going to have to throw you right off. And I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm not going to make 300 people watching right now listen to hissing. And, you know, go into a quiet place. Don't have a bunch of dogs barking or kids yelling or whatever. So if you want to come on, please do that. I just dropped my email. Just send me an email saying you want to come on. Ask your question. Go ahead and answer. And then after about 5 minutes, please step out. Let someone else come in if we fill up. So that being said, I did also talk about my friend Justin who wants to come in, and I'm going to send him in now. He has a really interesting video of the moon, and we're going to talk about that. He's going to show that video for us. So anyway, you guys can continue to debate. Go ahead until people
I
fill
have
up.
one question I want to ask everyone real quick.
Evan, speak up more. It's hard to hear you.
I have a question I want to ask everyone real quick.
Yes.
Are people feeling the responsibility and the, I hate to say it, but like guilt of like dropping this bomb on people?
Yeah.
I think it's cognitive
Kind of.
dissonance, honestly.
Well, I just feel, I kind of feel bad because I see someone I know and I'm like, should I bring it up to them? Should I not? If they right away just start hitting all the Mandela points, I'm going to change their life. I'm going to drop a bomb on them. They're just going along happily with their family and whatever, and I drop this bomb and they're going to be like sitting on the couch for a few days. I mean, I just feel a sense of, just a guilty sense of responsibility.
But the question is, are you happier now that you know about the Mandela Effect?
Yeah, but not everyone's ready for this, son.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a huge thing to drop on somebody.
This is hard because Kate went through a period where she sat on the couch for a week and did nothing but like watch videos and be depressed. And it was that shock period, and she's not alone. I mean, look at comments, and so I get what you're saying. You know, do you want to shake someone's reality? Especially imagine if it goes against their belief system so hard, like they're highly religious, and you know.
Exactly.
And but
My problem
no,
is
it goes back to, do you tell the truth or
I was
not?
wondering how you guys deal with that, because
I don't deal with it well.
I stopped
that
trying.
would explain why they didn't tell us if they're doing it.
Yeah.
Let's say there's a they that's doing this, right? How could they present that to the public? They couldn't. So they do it, and they look at the residual, and they keep it a secret.
Yeah, yeah.
that's possible. Yeah, well, if there was a they, then they couldn't come
if
forward
it was,
with something like this. But
there's no way they
personally
could come to the
think
public
there's a
and say,
they.
"Hey, this is what we're going to do. We're going to alternate. We're going to alter all your realities." You know, there's no way
there is a they.
Stop for a sec. You're breaking up. Your mic's breaking up, Vegan. I don't know if you can hear yourself. Can you wait a second and let that catch back up?
Got it.
Sorry. It's the mic. Mic's tripping out. Maybe go out and come back in real quick.
Well, I still think that if there is a they will have some type of breakaway model of physics. Like, why would they disclose a new model of physics to the general populace? What they're going to do is they're going to continue to teach the physics underneath it, or the macro systems, right? The classical, the relativistic, even the quantum, which are not the macro but the micro, but still, then they'll cherry pick the smart people out of those systems, those human systems, the universities, and then they'll be like, hey, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. By the way, here's a whole new model of physics that we haven't disclosed. And I wanted to say one thing before we get into questions with Jynx. I had a little passage when you were talking about so passionately about Buddhism and quantum mechanics, kind of from the same perspective, except for a more Gnostic myself. Here's a little paragraph from the Tao of Physics. I had gone through a long training in theoretical physics and had done several years of research. At the same time, I had become very interested in Eastern mysticism and had begun to see the parallels to modern physics. I was particularly attracted to the puzzling aspects of Zen, which reminded me of the puzzles in quantum theory. At first, however, relating the two was purely an intellectual exercise to overcome the gap between rational and analytical thinking and the meditation experience of mystical truth. Was and still is very difficult for me. That is a little passage from the book called The Tao of Physics.
Love it.
So I think that when I was in the chat, I was trying to tell people that we need to, as a society, stop building these vertical pillars of subjects. We have to create a horizontal, broad base of knowledge. Otherwise, so many people are going to be stuck in these specialized, fixed perspectives, these dogmatic thought procedures, these methodologies that divide us. When in reality, the universe is unified, and we only superficially divide it.
I love this guy. You are all, like, you are saying everything I wish I was saying better. Yeah, exactly. I used to, I don't know why, I never was into physics. I have a bachelor in science, but you know, I was never really into it until about 2008, and then was just hit hard with this, you know, and it was before I looked into Buddhism. And I used to tell my husband all the time that I felt like quantum physics was the physics of God. Like it was going to be the in-between that kind of branched the two together. And we were talking about this earlier in the show. You know, I feel like the Mandela Effect is a good mix of political, religious, spiritual, you know, all together things going on, natural. And I feel like people aren't looking at the full picture. They want to go along with one theory or another, but it really is all the same thing, you know, frequency and wave patterns and, you know, quantum physics, they're all the same thing, and energy. And that's, you know, what at least the Buddhists have believed forever, you know, we're energy and we can be part of everything again. It all goes together, and people want to separate things so badly.
Right. And it reminds me of the astronaut Edgar Mitchell. He went to the moon, and when he was in the spaceship, I believe either going from Earth to the moon or coming back, he said, you develop, and this is a quote, you develop an instant global consciousness, a people orientation, an intense dissatisfaction with the state of the world, and a compulsion to do something about it. From out there on the moon, international politics looks so petty. And he said, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No. I didn't know you. Go ahead.
I theorize that there is a spectrum of consciousness available to human beings. At one end is material consciousness, which would be the macro property. At the other end is what we call field consciousness, where a person is at one with the universe, perceiving the universe. Just by looking at our planet on the way back, I saw or felt a field consciousness state. Quote by Edgar Mitchell. So for the scientific minded out there, he actually started a field of science called pneumatics. I don't know if I am saying that correctly, but the point is we are starting to see that in the quantum field, the ultimate reality is the conscious field, the consciousness field. So all of that is the medium. That is what we pass through to dictate the material universe. And I think Vegan had such valid points, but we were almost on the point where we were going to misconstrue what he was saying. And I think he saw that. That's why he got so passionate, because there are objective truths. But the point is that these objective truths are passing through the medium of our perception. And 100 years from now, what we call cells and what we know as gravity, that definition may change, because we may find out that gravity is a symptom of something else underneath it. And there's layers to this reality. And I think that's what you're getting at with frequencies, that the frequencies layer and they collide.
here's what I want to point out too, though, is if you talk to somebody that does science, they'll say, you know what, if you go back more than 50 years, pretty much all of our science is BS. Throw that out. Pay attention to this 50 years. And then the next 50 years down the road, they're going to look back and think what we were teaching now is archaic. And so, but the constants of the universe where like the old world wisdom and the stuff that comes out of the old religion and stuff, that stuff hasn't changed.
No.
It has been constant. Like this idea that science just came in and took it over is trying to make up for it and then changes its mind every 20 minutes, you know, about what it is. It kind of, yeah, it's quantum physics today. 50 years from now, we're going to look back and laugh at the idea of quantum physics. It's
Right.
You can't, I would rather go with this old knowledge that sounds crazy, that people make fun of that do science because it's been consistent for 2,000 years and people understand it. The other thing I want to say, and on your consciousness about, you know, someone that went to outer space and then saw the planet and said, wow, you know, this is, we're all one consciousness. A lot of people say when they do psychedelic drugs, it gives them the same effect. Right. And there's people that mention it all the time in my chat rooms, you know, when they when they've done mushrooms or LSD, that it opens that, you immediately come back with that consciousness feeling and you experience it. And I assume that's probably why they're illegal, is because they don't want people to be peaceful like that and feel that oneness. That's just kind of where my opinion is. Basically, the government doesn't want you to do anything that brings us together.
The deconstruction of duality is a dangerous thing for the state.
Yeah, it's exactly. You see it happening so viciously right now.
And Evan wanted to chime in. I didn't mean to cut him off. Go ahead, Evan.
No, that's all right.
Just speak up a little.
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I thought you had something you wanted to say about that. We have a new guest with us, David. David, what would you like to ask the panel here?
Hello.
Hi there. Yeah, regarding the Mandela effect and how people maybe it's kind of rocks their world. One of the things I've realized is that a lot of people, I think, without actually saying it, realize that about it. Like it's almost like a scare factor. Like, well, I don't want to be ignoring it, so I can go on with my life without getting all upset. Like I know even my father, when I would try to bring up stuff like this to him too, he says, yeah, well, if this is true, what can I do about it? And I felt the same way, thinking, well, if a lot of people are thinking that, you know, there's nothing that can be done. What can we do? What can we give over what can you do? Is it possibly just spreading the word to get people more aware? Or are people really getting to that point where they say, if there's nothing I can do about it, I need to like just, you know, forget about it so it doesn't overtake my life or whatnot.
If you can't get them aware, don't let them get aware. Okay? If they don't want it, don't push it.
Yeah,
well,
I agree.
Yeah, of course. Well, that's what I'm trying to point out. It's like, so some people just don't, it could be they have a family, they've got kids, and they don't want to even remotely go down that path because if they look upset, then their kids are going to look they're upset. I mean, there could be a lot of different aspects here, but that's one thing I've pointed out.
Yeah, but it's kind of also like, I describe it as, you know, in one of my videos, I say it's like a building burning down. That you know this truth, the building is burning down. And you're knocking on the doors and trying to tell as many people as you can. You knock on a door and someone says, yeah, I agree, the building's burning down, I'll leave. And then the second one you knock on, the guy wants to debate with you if the building's on fire or not. And he wants to spend a half hour debating if he's really, you know, gonna catch fire. No, don't waste your time with these people. Go for the low-hanging fruit. You go to the next door and knock and say the building's on fire. So I think it's our responsibility to at least put information out there. But I'll tell you this: whenever it is your idea you're putting out to someone else, they're never going to take it. They have to
the building's burning down. You can go ahead and you can try to get out. I mean, if you want to get out, I'm telling you, the building's burning down. If you want to stay in there and burn with the building, that's fine with you, but I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Oh, Justin, you can't cuss on this channel like that.
I apologize.
Otherwise, you're going to have to split. All right.
I apologize.
So yeah, that was just one aspect that I brought up. I think a lot of people maybe overlook the possibility of trying to wake people. Maybe it's not their time.
Vegan's laughing.
Well,
And then
the
I-
problem is this, guys. You cannot cuss on this channel because if you put this
I
out
apologize.
to YouTube,
I did not mean to do that.
I know, but I got to
Dr.
bounce you next
Tupelo.
time you do. So there you go. There's your warning.
Okay, I got it. Can I show the video?
Yeah. I've been talking about Justin wanting to come in and show this video of the moon, and I have been teasing that for 2 hours. So I'm going to let him jump in and do this. Go ahead and screen share. We'll shut up for about 2 minutes, and you go ahead and show this video.
Thanks,
Okay.
Karen.
Yeah, David, hang out.
Now, hold on. Give me 1 second. I got to put this on.
Okay, you go ahead and get that set up. I'm going to talk to David for a sec. David, yeah, I feel like it is our responsibility that, you know, we have to at least be honest. But what I'm trying to say before I got cut off here was that it has to be the person's idea. Anytime you try to throw an idea at someone, it never goes well. What you have to do is kind of put for information out and let them find it. So you make it available,
That's a good.
post videos, but it has to be something they discover. Because if you
Help me out.
drop it in their lap, they're never gonna listen.
That makes sense. That
Help
does
me
make
out here,
sense.
Dr. Lupo. When you get a chance, I know usually with Google Hangouts on the left hand side or the right hand side, I can go on live.
Yeah, it's not. Go slide your cursor all the way to the left, and you'll see new options appear, and it's the green one there that says screen share. It's different than the normal Hangout.
Okay.
This is a YouTube
Okay,
video.
I got it.
Hangout.
I got it. Cool,
All right.
cool.
Here we go.
Yeah.
You guys go ahead and talk while Justin gets this set up, but then once he starts, let him have the floor.
Well, I have a question too. I'm not quite sure how to articulate it right, but maybe you guys can get the gist of it. But I was asking a lot of questions to people like, how were you made aware of the Mandela effect? Like, which is subject. And like for me, I never did notice anything. Like I didn't notice something change myself and say, hey, that looks different. It was never like that for me. It was always somebody make me aware of it. So like somebody told me, hey, did you notice that the word in the movie, the Field of Dreams in Iowa, where I'm from, actually, that word changed in the movie. And of course, I said no. And then of course, I dove into the Mandela effect. But how many people here actually noticed it before they've been told about it?
I had something disappear out of thin air and had one of the time-lapse things happen in 2007. I started noticing the actual changes on packaging and stuff right around that time. I put it in the back of my mind. I thought it was package, changing. I thought it was branding. I didn't really understand it until I came across it in October and really looked into it, and then went, this is exactly what I've been seeing, But yeah, for me, it's been since 2007 that I started seeing things.
Wow.
The one that stands out for me is about September 2015, guessing, I bought some peanut butter that I hadn't bought in many years, and I grabbed a bottle of Jif, J-I-F.
Jiffy.
I looked at the bottle and I said, hey, they changed the label. And
that's what I did.
My life.
Killed
Until
me.
March of 2016 when I got hit with like a ton of bricks with all this.
I just hated that it said Jif for so long.
Okay, let's take a break here really quick, just for a minute, and take a look at this.
So explain what
I have
be quiet.
Okay, right at the beginning, do you see the moon right there in the center?
Something on my screen.
Do you see how the crescent is?
Yep.
Yeah, crescent's up top right.
You see the crescent?
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
you see where the sun is.
Yeah, that's been happening to me
There's
too.
the crescent. There's the crescent again. Look at the crescent. Look at the crescent and where it is and how it is.
Yeah, there should be no crescent with the sun right there.
There the sun is.
Right, the sun's to the bottom right,
and the crescent
to the
and
upper right.
the sun's there. I mean,
That is pretty crazy.
Yeah, it is. I've seen that quite a few times.
Right, guys, hold on. I want him to show the video and don't talk because whenever he talks, it jumps the screen. So let him finish keep talking and show the video for the people in the chat room that didn't get to see it well.
Okay,
So,
yeah, I'll show it one
show
more time.
One more time about where the crescent is, and then I'll jump off.
You can jump off, but
Oh, you already closed it. Okay. When you
Well,
start,
no, I'm gonna show it again.
I'll put it over to you so it doesn't jump away from you. Is what I meant to say.
Okay.
So what he's
Yeah.
saying, guys, the audience that doesn't understand this, if you look at the moon, like the crescent's to the top right, but the sun's down to the bottom right. So if the sun is shining on the moon, the crescent should match where the sun is. That's what he's trying to show. So go ahead and show it up.
Yeah, it totally should. Like, I mean, where the sun is and where the moon is, it just is not right. It's not right. I'm sorry. Here we go again.
Yeah, seen that too.
There's the sun. There's the moon.
All right.
There's the sun again.
I think that's good. Thank you so much for bringing that. That's a great video.
Now, I'm hoping there might be some kind of a good
Now,
explanation from that
right.
from the scientific community.
I'm assuming that
Valid
someone's going to
like
come in and just say we don't understand how moon crescents work, and that because of the sun appears where it's, you know, there's going to be some sort of scientific crescent shadowing.
To me, with my,
There'll be
with my
somebody being like, "Oh yeah, this is my observation." Yeah, don't debunk
Yeah, when I
that,
observe
dude.
it,
There's
too, it
no
did look
reason
wrong.
the sun and the moon should be like that. You can't debunk that. I'm sorry. Like you debunk that all you want.
All right. Go ahead, guys. Justin had his piece. Go ahead and say what you want to say about this.
I've seen the same thing. So I have a big open spot over the top of our house, just straight sky shot, you know, so nothing's in the way. I have seen the moon jump different places in the sky within like a half hour's time. I've seen that big bright star that he says is Venus. I've seen it right there, and then literally 30 minutes later, it's gone. So yeah, the sky is definitely doing some weird stuff right now.
I mean, let me ask you: is the moon from where the sun is? Should the moon have that crescent?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
I don't know enough to say, you know, anything substantial, but yes, in my opinion, it doesn't fit up. No, it doesn't look right.
To me, it does not have any value. I mean, to anybody else?
Well, and whether it's right or not, I definitely am seeing the same thing. So I know, you know, for a fact that you're seeing something. I don't know what it is, but I agree. I see it.
Taryn, can I give an observation? I don't know if this will be right, but is the sun supposed to be shining so bright that the Earth casts the shadow on that moon? If that's the case, then maybe that would be correct. But I don't know. I just when I look at the sun away in the sky, it looks like it's got a direct line of sight to the moon. It's like, why would there be a Earth shadow anyway? So that doesn't make sense to me either.
Right.
Well, where the moon was at, there shouldn't have been a shadow from the sun to the moon. I mean, like it was right here in my backyard from where the sun was and the moon was.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we'll get an answer. Hopefully, somebody in the science community will give us somewhat of a good answer.
You know what was even more messed up is when I took a video of the moon. The moon was smaller in the video than it was actually in the and when I was looking at it. I'm looking at it, it's so big. But I look at it in the camera and it's small.
That's normal for how a camera processes.
Yeah, I do a lot of videography and nothing ever looks right.
No.
Especially trying to film the moon. If you're trying to do it like a handheld camcorder, it's damn near impossible. It just gets blurry and jittery. It's hard. So I'm not sure that one is, but the film you did get's pretty impressive. I just don't know enough about how crescents work on the moon to know if that's what's can be explained away or not. But as crazy as all this moon and sun stuff's going on.
Let me chime in.
The
real quick
sun was on the west, the moon was on the east. I'll just tell you that much.
I was looking
hold on.
waxing.
Everybody quiet down for a sec. Go ahead, Evan.
No, I just wanted to say that I noticed that because I tried to film those blood moons. Remember, I did the video on the blood moons and the harvest moon. I tried to film it with my camera, and it looks huge to my eyes. but I put my camera at it and it's tiny, almost like I can't see it. Now,
That's exactly what happened when I did this.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm looking at something on a mountain with my eyes and film it with my camera, I don't know if that same effect would happen. So I was just thinking about that when you said that, because I had experienced that with the moon myself, trying to film the moon.
I've
I had a
experienced
steady
it too,
camera, but it's just so tiny.
You know, it's back when I was in school, you know, for broadcast journalism, it was still analog. So everything we were doing was analog at the time. And one of the things that you had to watch out for was, and I see this pop up all the time in like reptilian videos, that if somebody doesn't have their teeth capped and if they have a certain shape of tooth with a certain color set with the background, their teeth will actually look elongated and they'll almost have fang-like shapes. And I see it all the time in reptilian videos, but it's just a trick of the light. It's a camera trick, and it's the same thing is happening generally when you're filming something without perspective around it. So
you're shit the Jynx, man. You're the shit, man. I would like to freaking
stop cussing on my video. Stop it. All right, Justin,
more
you're
cussing.
gone, man. I can't.
Cussing, you can't be cussing.
It kills my. All right, if you guys, here's why you can't cuss. Are you ready to learn something? All you have
yeah,
YouTube
you're gonna
channels?
cut me off. I know.
Yeah, you're. That was your second warning, dude. Go on. But here's the deal: is when you cuss, what it does is YouTube has a closed caption feature, and so what happens is if you guys, since you're video makers, if you have cussing in your video, if you decide to use Google AdSense and advertisers are looking to advertise on your page, they will not advertise anything that has a cuss word. So when you cuss on my channel, it's like taking money away from the channel or for the replay, and it
taking money from you.
That and it buries the searchability.
Okay.
They don't. People that want to find this can't find this channel as well because YouTube doesn't want to promote that stuff. They're trying to promote. As far for advertisers don't really want to put money on a bunch of F this and F that, and plus, you know, that's not the kind of show I'm going for. So, you know,
I think it's important too. You know, that turns some people off, and I think it's important for us to be as available and open to people trying to come into this as possible. It just, I feel like it gives us a better, you know, representation.
Well, there's kids. We've had kids on the show.
Yeah,
I don't want that on my show.
Yeah,
I don't care if it goes on in the chat room. Honestly, I don't care, but not on my show. I've asked you twice, so there you go.
Well, is there some terms of service with YouTube too? If you use them, you might have to actually classify your channel as adult-oriented only, and you could cut out like possible audiences as well. So it's always good to not use the F-bombs.
Yep.
Well, the reason I bring that up is because all of us here are YouTube creators. There's 4 or 5 of us, and you might not have known that. And so there you go.
Cool.
Yep.
So I got a question for all the panel here regarding the Mandela effect too, because I noticed there's a classification like 2 different ways. Like to me, like somebody would say, "Hey, did you see the purple mountains and stuff?" Even though, or the rainbow mountains, they're so beautiful, but I've never seen them before. That's not necessarily a Mandela effect to me. That's just maybe something new I've never seen before. So some people would say that's a Mandela effect. To me, I think that's just maybe something new or
uneducated about it, or
if an animal, like they're showing all these animals. I don't know it just because I didn't see an animal or an insect doesn't mean that's a Mandela effect to me. I think to me, Mandela effect seems defined as something that you remember that's in your memory that has changed. And I think that, so I don't know how you guys feel about that. You can explain it.
May I ask you guys about that Dragnet quote that we were talking about earlier in the show, if anybody heard it? I'm just curious if I'm remembering that correctly. And since I came across it today, I'm just, interested in your idea.
Sure. That did sound familiar to me too, but I wasn't really a big watcher of that movie or that show, but I'm going to ask Dad just to see what he thinks.
Yeah.
Just
I was just curious. I'm sorry. But I agree with you. I think we tend to water things down. And when we're investigating such intense subject matter, we're going to be thrown into the conspiracy, pile. And we have people terming Mandela effect. It's a joke to some extent now. I feel like we have to be as solid as we can on this in terms of how we present ourselves. It's really important.
That makes sense. Yeah, try to define it too, because sometimes it might confuse people. What is the Mandela effect? They might be thinking, is that the animal pop into the world?
Right.
Well, not necessarily. I don't think that would be it. That's more manifestation, possibly.
I think it's important to the video that I just put out today, right before I came on the show. It talks about specifically, and I'm losing it. Oh my God. What is wrong with me, guys? It's been too long.
I think it depends on what the goals are. I mean, what's the goal? If the goal is to share the effects that we've experienced with people,
exactly.
Do it, despite what they say, what the ridicule is, all that. None of that matters, in my opinion. I mean, because you're talking to someone that pretty much said 911 was an inside job, and I was ridiculed for years, and then all of a sudden there was a shift where people start saying, well, yeah, maybe it was an inside job, But the point is,
hey, Vegan, you got to stop for a second.
Really robotic.
Vegan, stop. Your audio's cracking up. Do me a favor, just drop out and come back in, and it'll fix it. People were saying in the chat they can't understand you, and it sounds like you're a robot when you're talking. So I want to hear what you're saying. Come right back in, say it again. But we've got 300 people coming and going watching. They can't hear that.
I remember where I was going.
And come back in. Just drop out and jump back in. I'm sorry. I have to keep the show going because I'm here watching the chat room and people freak out whenever there's something not working with a mic.
Okay, I remember
God for real-time feedback.
Yeah, well, I mean,
There you
they
go.
want to. They want to hear what he's saying, but that's all.
So I was going to say that video that I just put out, it's actually on people's personal experiences, and you were just talking about that. I think that it is important to listen to people's personal experiences, and I think it's also important to keep them separated from the general experiences that people can collaborate together. I think there needs to be a place and a time to tell our personal stories, which is why I started these videos with personal stories, because I think it helps all of us to hear it. But I think we have to have a certain level of professionality, like approaching the subject in general. Does that resonate with you?
I to an extent. I am not a professional how I do stuff. I'm gonna I'm gonna get on here with crazy hair. I'm gonna do what I want and have fun, but that's my channel vibe.
Yeah.
And there's 100 other Mandela Effect channels that you might think I'm stupid and go to someone else. And Moneybags is very professional. And so I believe in you have to be yourself, because otherwise I feel like people are gonna be like, man, that guy's just. I'm at a point where I'm just not going to put my I'm not going to do what society wants me to do just to get more viewers. Yeah. So that's my problem with that. It's not so much that I don't want people to be like, well, you're not professional and you can't you shouldn't be out there talking about the Mandela Effect. And I'm like, man, go to another channel. Don't stay here.
Right. No, I know somebody was down on my poll because I had not, it was biased, and I'm going, I'm not a scientist. I'm a chick that has a background in professional journalism, I haven't done it for years. I'm putting that out there. I don't lie about who I am. But I think when people see that you're passionate or that you're really serious about something, it comes through in your videos. And if you're trying to create some kind of video or something just to get views and just to get people over there, people see that, they feel that falseness.
Right. You'll see some celebrity do this and get like 1 million hits or 2 million hits, and then you don't see them talk about it again. They're not really affected by it. If this really affects you, you're making lots of videos and talking about it constantly.
Because it's so much.
I'm sorry, what?
Takes over your channel, right, Taryn?
Yeah, it is. I haven't made another video. I think I've made 10 Mandela videos compared to one that I made about bird strikes or something. So yeah, it's screwing my channel up big time.
Yeah. I did 4 videos in the last 2 days, and I'm not even close to saying anything of what I have to say on it. So it's
you can't, because the audience is demanding.
It's life-changing.
I tried to put something else out, and people are like, nope, I want a Mandela video. And it's like, can I just do something else once?
Since the Mandela Effect, I've done 2 financial videos.
Wow.
I did 500 financial videos before even getting into this, and now I've done 2 financial videos and 130 on the Mandela Effect.
Well, it kind of ties into like how people you guys were talking about earlier, the background people, the they live people. Unfortunately,
Love it.
the people who do create videos just for views are getting a lot of views because there's so many of those what we call background. The people who are asleep that are still, they don't, I don't know why, but they don't recognize whether it be a lack of media experience, as Jynx was pointing out earlier, or if they just cannot fundamentally see genuineness in another human being.
I think
I don't know.
people want it, but they want a commercialized version of it. They want something that's fun for them to watch and not something that they have to actually go into depth looking at why the situation is happening. They want the, oh, wow, this is Twilight Zone, and then they want to move on with their lives.
Right.
You know, they don't want to sit there and analyze, you know, everything behind it. And I think there's a group of us that are very separate from that, you know, that do.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking for.
I saw people making comments and they're like, you guys are crazy. I can't believe you made a whole community out of an internet meme. And it's like,
Yeah,
you know, I understand it's an
I don't
internet meme to
understand.
you, but you obviously don't think it through.
For me, it's embarrassing for me to see them say that, because I just go, you know, we're living in an age where we have every piece of information available just at the tip of our fingertips. And at this point, if you're not educating yourself, it's ignorance, you know? Like, we are capable of looking up every patent, every scientific experiment. I mean,
But you guys underplay the feeling of what resonates in your heart, you know? Maybe if you need patents and experiments to make it resonate, but
Yeah,
I can
that's
listen to
true.
a video and it's going to resonate with my heart, or it's not.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
guy's full of poop or he's not,
yeah.
you know? And
That's really what I'm hoping people will see in my videos, is it's something I'm actually trying to deal with because I'm trying to work through it myself, you know?
yeah, and so I kind of want to encourage people to stop, get out of their left science brain so much and trust what they feel.
Yeah. That's what I've been trying to do with these videos since I'm so new. I hope that I'm accomplishing that, you know, coming at it from maybe not just a direct, like, spiritual way, but also giving people more than just like, here's an example and here's what it used to be. I really am trying to break that.
I think most people can tell if you're genuine.
Yeah,
That's been the whole discussion on my channel, is whether I'm genuine or not. And I've had about 7 people make videos on me saying this is all about the money.
So weird.
That's why he's called money bags. It's all
You're
about
such a
the money
good
for him.
source.
why is it bad to earn money? Like, you
I know, right?
Hey, guys,
My name's
listening.
Money Bags because I had a financial channel for 5 years. That's why my name's Money Bags.
Not
They're
just that.
grasping at straws is what they're
Right.
doing.
It's like people want you to make videos, and these videos take me hours to do, and you guys too. And it's like, oh no, you're just supposed to put them up for free, and
Right.
you shouldn't make money. That's crazy. That's not altruistic, and you know, you're just saying this to make money. You know, and it's like, if you want me to put this kind of effort in, the community, they're not supporting me. I'm not getting like Patreon dollars or something. I have to make a living out of this if you want me to put this kind of effort in. And it's crazy that you're not allowed to make money and also be a good person in this society.
Yeah.
It's like,
like you put out these videos that are 10 minutes long. They take 6 hours to make, and people just don't get the editing process, you know? And like, it's really frustrating. So.
all right. So I'm going to, I've had a question here that we need to bring up, and we talked about this the first hour, but time skipping stories. Now, what this means is that something jumped in reality. Jynx was talking about how she put something in her basket at the store. People saw her put it in the basket. When she walked up, it was gone.
Yeah, I had the other one with the backyard too. I just included on that video.
And she has a video about that. I'm going to throw this out there because this happened to Kate and I. We were talking, and normally, you know, they always say, you know, boyfriends don't listen to what their women say anyway and all this. But I was actually paying attention this time. And then she looked at me and asked me, and I was like, well, you know, where's your answer? And I was like, what are you talking about? And so she had asked me a question that I didn't hear. It just went out of reality somewhere and she came back in, and we both just looked at each other really strangely, because we both knew that I didn't hear it and she said it. She knew she said it. So it was like a little time warp that just happened. She jumped to somewhere else and came back, in a sense, and thought in her head that she had talked about this. And it wasn't just me being a crappy boyfriend, you know, I was actually paying attention. And so I would like to throw that out there. If you guys have any of these stories that are happening, and in the chat room, time skipping seems to be happening a lot the last few weeks. People going in and out of phase.
Would you like me to share the backyard one? Is that worth talking about?
Hold on, let someone else answer. I want to make sure that they get their chance to
Oh
speak.
yeah. I overtalk. Just
Yeah, you
always
do.
tell me to shut up. I'm
All
sorry.
Step back for a sec. Let these other guys talk. Go ahead. Now it's all right.
I guess
Come on, guys.
I could chime in with a story, not
do.
from me personally, but so I've been looking into this weird thing called quantum jumping. I heard Jynx say that life's kind of like a storybook. Well, I equate reality more like a cinematographic movie. And what I mean by that is when you look at film, at least in a traditional sense, right, you got moving pictures. And the illusion of moving pictures gives you motion. And that's similar to how our energy and our essence, when it moves, creates the illusion of sequential time and space. So I've been looking into this idea of quantum jumping, and I guess some people, and I'll get to the story here in 1 second. I'm just kind of giving a background so people can grasp this. Some people have dreams where they have precognitive experiences to something that they actually manifest in their real life. So I had a friend who had a dream that there was going to be, I guess, a terrible accident. And she would have this dream over and over and over and over and over and over again. It was a reoccurring dream. And she would always ask people, like, should I be worried about this? I don't know. Has anybody else, just kind of wondering, have any of you guys had reoccurring dreams?
I'm sorry, I'm talking again. I actually did in the commonalities video a part on that, and that's something that I in my polls saw over and over again, and so that almost everybody suffering from it is having some kind of precognitive or really vivid or lucid dream. That seems to stand out enough to them to mention every time. So
right.
Yeah,
and I come from the David Bohm kind of explanation of quantum physics, which is still on the outskirts, but the whole idea of the undivided whole. So even our dreams will be kind of a subtle form of matter. Of consciousness is a form of matter, so it obeys the laws of physics. So every thought will have an equal and opposite, action and reaction. So the point is she kept on having this reoccurring dream. And so she went to another one. I don't know who she actually went to, but some person who apparently she trusts with interpreting dreams. I'm not into that. And I couldn't really explain when she said, oh, I have a reoccurring dream. I'm like, oh, I've had a recurring dream, whatever. So she went to this person and she said, well, when you're having this reoccurring dream, try to make it lucid. And try to really understand some of the features in the dream. So when it comes to reality, maybe you can stop it from manifesting. So to make a long story short, the dream was basically she was going to have some type of accident in a vehicle. And funny part about this is a lot of people have these type of reoccurring dreams with accidents, whether they be in a vehicle or breaking a leg or something like that. So she had one where she was going to have a collision with another vehicle. And she went to this person and they said, look for something in the vehicle that you can see. And maybe when that happens in real life, you could stop it from having parallelism in your manifestation in reality. So she paid attention. She paid attention to how many people were actually in the dream sequence. And there were about like 4 people. So like in a standard vehicle, right? 2 in the front, 2 in the back. And so when she encountered this sequence, and I'm kind of paraphrasing because I don't know all the details, but she was going to a particular place. So when this was happening and she felt like her dream was going to occur, she would always try to have like a third person in the vehicle because she became very, very superstitious about this dream manifesting. Okay, so in the end, she put the third person in the vehicle. The dream was manifesting as it was manifesting, and they get to their destination. And when they get there, the person who was calling them in to like park, it was like at a fair or someplace where you have not a valet, but I don't know if you've been to like a state fair where somebody kind of says, hey, park over here. We got parking spaces or in a parking garage or something like that. The person pointed out that their tire was wobbling and was about to fall off. When they parked that vehicle, their tire could have potentially fallen off at any moment when they were driving on the highway. And in her dream, she had a collision where there were 4 people in the vehicle instead of 5. And she feels that this is after this occurrence. We had a conversation about it. She feels as if the Mandela effect is a changeable scenario, that if you pay attention to certain things, like Taryn was saying, we can manifest our reality. If you pay attention to certain things, if matter and consciousness is a subtle form of matter, our dreams are undifferentiated from the actual substrate of reality, we can, through attention and intention, change the causality of the result in our reality. And I guess that's my story. It's kind of long. But basically what I'm getting at is, do you guys think that the Mandela effect can change, or it can be shifted with enough intention and attention? And I'm tying this into one of the videos I watched that Taryn produced, and I thought it was a fantastic video, and I hope that we get time to kind of address this idea.
Someone go ahead. I'm still thinking that one through.
What was the question?
Well, basically, do you think that if you pay attention to your environment, that enough people can change or dictate the causal effect in the actual manifestation or the substrate through the consciousness? And what I mean by substrate is through the actual interaction with the matter. For instance, my friend that I described, she had a lucid dream where she saw 4 people in the vehicle and there was a collision in her dream. And so to prevent that, she utilized her consciousness to dictate that there was 5 people instead of 4 to go against the dream.
Right.
So there was a conscious effort to change the result.
Cognition, that you get this premonition, and do you think you can change your reality if you consciously choose to avoid that scenario?
In principle, transfer to Mandela.
Oh, wow, I don't know.
That's right.
If we do, we don't know how to tap into it.
Hey, you got your mic fixed. Right on. Take it over, Vegan. I'm ready to hear from you.
Well, I mean, I still think we haven't distinguished between our higher intelligence and intelligence. Intelligence is of this world, in our minds and our brains. But our higher consciousness, it's what keeps the blood flowing. It's what makes cells replicate. It's our higher consciousness is what keeps us manifested world. I don't think we regulate that. That is something that is connected to the source, my opinion. Only thing we think we can control is our minds. And our minds are limited. Because if they weren't limited, we wouldn't die. Our minds are limited.
Is what you guys are really talking about then is it natural? Is it nature versus nurture? Sort of, is that?
Well, I think Vegan's trying to, well, I'm not saying he's trying to say, he is saying, and I just simply have a different perspective. He's saying that consciousness itself is attached to the finite lifespan of the biological vehicle. And I disagree fundamentally. I think that consciousness utilizes the biological vehicle to carry out its will and representation in the material world.
I get it.
So
I get it.
That's what I was asking you earlier, though, about whether consciousness was separate from the mind. I think that, I don't think consciousness doesn't go away. I think we stay conscious. Like you have those people who say that they're in the operating room and they're conscious and they're watching everything going on, but their consciousness has separated from the body.
Absolutely.
I guess at death or whatever. And then, they're looking I don't think consciousness just continues. I mean, that's
right.
Well, it's like Stephen Hawking, he can think through a computer given the right medium. He's still conscious. It's not that his body has stopped. So there, you know, in the material world, or at least the expression of what we see on the surface, that is a perfect example that consciousness is somewhat separate. But I still believe that consciousness is a subtle form.
Let me explain what I mean. I believe our bodies and our minds are tools for our consciousness.
Okay.
The ultimate thing that we are, what makes you, you, is your consciousness. Because if you were not conscious, you wouldn't be aware of nothing around you. All right. So I believe our awareness, our self, we can change the word consciousness to being, spirit. We can call it whatever we want. That is the thing that is connected to the source. Not our bodies, not our minds. Our minds decay. Our bodies decay. Those things are temporary for this world, this manifestation. The only thing that is your consciousness. Everything else is, I mean, when I say it's everything else is temporary.
You're talking about us being multi-dimensional beings having a physical experience. Right?
Yeah, and you know, there's so many different religions that talk about that, and in other ways, and it's not like we're new bringing this up, that this is some sort of new idea. We're just kind of repackaging it so people can understand it today's lexicon. The I like I say, I think we come in and we are here to gain experiences, and we go out with those experiences. So our consciousness never dies. It's just an explorer. It travels to different realities and gains experiences and brings it back to a collective conscious.
That's what I think.
Well, go ahead, Lynx.
If you look back at some of the monks that have, through time, I don't know if everybody would be interested or familiar with this, but there's cases of monks that they say are actually still living that have been dead for 200 years, and they have not decomposed over time. And the idea is that they have reached a state that they've been able to slow down their heartbeats and live in such a state of consciousness with the rest of everything that they don't really need their physical body anymore. And so I feel like I'm getting feedback. I feel like our physical bodies are ran and created by that consciousness. So in some ways you can't separate the two. Does that make sense? Like they're always going to be one thing. And so you can look at them as physical and non-physical, but to a degree the physical is created by the non-physical. And
I think the beauty of
the physical dies. The physical dies.
But the non-physical chooses for that to happen. Maybe not our non-physical as individual beings, but the overall consciousness, I feel, makes that decision, you know?
Right, and an untrained perception is the consequence. Well, death is the consequence of an untrained perception, which is an interesting perspective. And when you were talking about nature versus nurture, I think the beauty of the human organism is we actually can nurture nature. That's our gift. For instance, if you're going around talking about genetic compilation and information stored in the genetic code, I believe it's animals that when they're born, there's a famous experiment where maybe it's ducklings or some type of bird that they will cower, even though they've never seen a predator in their entire life. They will cower when scientists fly a simulation of a hawk or a predator over them. That is built into them. That is instinctual nature. So genetic code and DNA carries information over into the consciousness of a creature. But the beauty of a human organism is we actually get to nurture the nature. We're not at the whim of the nature that is nurturing our soul. So that is what makes us so, in a way, extraterrestrial. We are the anomaly when you look at everything on planet Earth. There's nothing like us.
And you're talking about the DNA, you know, being able, I was just reading on this, but DNA being able to talk to itself, to talk to
I got a
DNA,
video kind of about that.
And that's a
look up the
wonderful
frequency.
album.
The frequency of DNA, how it talks and makes other DNA. And I was concerned because with the Mandela effect that the frequency was changing. But by the way, I want to point this out. If you're looking at my page, people are saying there's a new Doors album that no one ever remembers from
I
the
actually
past.
own that album. It's not really new. It's
Is it not?
after
Tell us
no.
what happened, because I mean, it's
Jim
kind of
Morrison
tricky.
died, and the Doors created an album without him. Nobody knows about it.
Is this just Mandela crying wolf, or was this a real deal that this
I
reality
think it's.
album didn't exist in this
I don't
reality?
know
I think it's
who actually said
Mandela
that was a
crying
Mandela
wolf.
effect.
Because I had some people in the chat room say, "Man, I listened to
One
classic
second.
rock my whole life, and I've never heard of this album, and I'm a Doors fan."
Yeah.
You know, and so there's a lot of people talking about that. But just like a lot of these companies want to make money, they'll repackage Beatles albums and repackage, tracks and stuff like that. Oh, look, she's got the album right there.
Yeah, that's him.
Yes, that's not quite a Mandela effect, then, I don't think, is it?
That's what I was asking. I wanted to put that out there to see, because they brought it up, and I said I would bring it up. So yes or no on that one?
Mandela effect for some people, though.
True.
Evan, have you done that one on your page?
No, I haven't done that one. I saw Life Matrix did a video on that recently, and I never have seen that. I have almost every Doors album, and I've never seen that one before, ever. I've never seen that. It's new to me.
I've had it for about 10 years.
Well, that's my point with this Mandela effect. If it's new to you, then you don't have a memory of it being gone or changed. It's just something that manifested. So again, is this a parallel reality shift, not even in any way included with the Mandela effect? That's what gets me confused, is I get situations like this that might be a shift in something, and then Mandela effect's a whole different thing. Mandela effect
I feel like I'm crying Mandela effect on everything, because it's like what we focus on, but I don't know the Doors good enough to say this are true or not. All I have is people that say, "Oh man, I'm a huge Doors fan, and I don't remember that album."
I'm pretty careful on only calling the ones that I know I remember, that I have strong memories.
I don't mind bringing it up and throwing it
Yeah.
out there to you guys, saying, "What do you think?" But as far as I don't have any memory of that one.
Yeah, I'll be
Well,
honest
I don't
if I don't.
discount it, but I've had that album for 10 years. So to me, it's not a Mandela effect, but I don't know for you guys.
That
That's like
happens
some-
to me all the time on my videos. I have, like I've had 30,000 comments the past 10 months or whatever, and a lot of people say, you're really stretching for this one. This is not a Mandela effect, and then they
But
give
you're
you a
not.
reason why they remember
You're
it.
great.
But it is for me, and maybe I have 900 thumbs up and 200 down on whatever video, but 900 people, it's a Mandela effect for them. And the other 200 say, no, it's always been like that, and they're right. It has, in a sense, I guess, but we're all experiencing different effects here. I think some people are forgetting that. What maybe
Question I was going to ask you, Evan, about this too is like on most in Mandela effects, I've noticed that I'm always like 80% of me is with the majority. Like if somebody says, "I remember if you build it, they will come," but then there's a small 20% of Mandela effects that I don't resonate with at all, like the Jif. It's Jif peanut butter. I never remember Jiffy, and I always remember Andrew Zimmer, not Zimmerman. So what's interesting is that you people have Mandela effects that seem to be like you're with, and then 20% you're not.
And Jiffy are huge for me.
Yeah, and it's really weird. And Evan, check this out. Like the last couple you did before, you were talking about Water Boy and the sounds for the Lambs, and I think that's how you remember it in your memory. But I always remember it opposite too. But this is my only one I think that we have, maybe with a few or something. But I remember the Water Boy and Silence with the Lambs. But this is one that I just knew was clear that, wow, I'm actually opposite what Evan's saying on this one. So what I'm asking is, how come some people are so remembering something that most people are remembering, but then very few in this, how am I going to say it? I normally follow the trend. When people say I remember it this way, I do too, but a very few of them I don't. So I'm wondering, why are we getting such a tip-top or off-skewed thing?
Multiple versions of us are being expressed.
That makes sense.
Didn't you say, Taryn, that there's like multiple timelines or multiple things
I
crashing down
feel
on
like
together you feel?
that what happens is you come to this life, and when you make a decision, you get split into timelines, and there's like a dominant you and a non-dominant, and it just keeps going and going until you got thousands of them, and then they start collapsing again. So you're as you die off in other realities, you come back together as one soul before you leave here. And I think that is happening at high speed for a lot of us, and we're getting all kinds of different realities crashing together.
Well, what made me understand it wasn't just one thing or the other, I've talked about this before, is like my son remembers Cheez-Its, ITZ. I remember ITS, But in this reality, it's always been IT. So there's a lot of triples, you know, with all.
Oh, that's another question. Yeah, was there more than? Is there ever more than two? Because mostly there's always two things membered.
Yeah,
Please,
I
that's
feel like
interesting.
didn't the Ford logo change 3 times in the last month
The
or
flip-flopper.
2 months? It was the straight F, and then the F with the loop, and then it became the F with the loop with the open O. Like it
Oh
changed
wow, I didn't even see
3
that one.
times.
For me, it's just always been the straight line and then the O. I haven't seen it change into anything else.
You never seen the current one with the little loop?
That's the little pigtail.
Yeah, the
On it?
pigtail loop.
Yeah, that's that. But that and the original.
And the O wasn't open originally, and then the O became open.
I did see that. Yes.
So it's changed
I
3
didn't realize it
different
was-
times within like a month. To
I was
different-
thinking just the F. I thought we were just talking about the F.
No, it's the only one I know that changed more than once. Like some of these things have flip-flopped back and forth, but
the
Ford
thinker.
changed 3 different ways, if I
The
remember
thinker
right.
has been 3 different ways.
Does
The
anyone
thinker
remember
changed 3 times.
JIFF?
hmm
I don't
What?
know the finger.
No, the thinker, the art
Oh, the
piece,
thinker.
the thinker.
What do you mean? Like where he's posed? Is
It's changed 3 times. I actually, you know, I could pull it up real quick. I think I have a picture of it. if
But
you-
Evan wanted to chime in on this. Go ahead.
Oh, well, I was asking about JIFF, but the thinker, I did a video on that one. I remember it to the forehead, and now it's a flat hand under the chin.
But
I
are you saying
remember a fist to the forehead.
There was a third too, a fist to the forehead, and then a flat to the chin, and then the arm
and a
change
fist
from
to
one
the
leg
chin.
to another. I'm trying to find it right now.
if someone's not wearing their headset? I'm hearing a reverb. You got that? Okay. One other thing I want to bring up while she's looking that up is I got a gravity wave that's been happening the last few days where I will feel it, and it's like you trip on drugs, where the wall warps, the keyboard warps. Only lasts for a second, and it was so strong the last 2 times it made my ear pop like I was driving up a hill. And I was like, Kate, do you feel that? And she's like, yeah, I feel it, but man, it popped my ears. So what do you guys think? Do you?
I remember you said that.
Yeah, do you guys ever feel any gravity waves shooting around, or am I just like crazy on this?
I haven't had that.
I've never had it.
You haven't felt
A
it?
lot of
Not
Are
here
you
either.
on drugs? No.
No, no, seriously, like the room work,
No.
like just
I
for a
mean-
second, it's like I'm like having an aneurysm stroke or something. It's like woo, it bounces out. But
I did have for the past summer when all this Mandela stuff was going on. I did have a few times driving home. I drive like 50 miles to get home, and I had like a kind of like a sensation, like just a dizziness, like I was just almost felt like I needed to pull over right at that moment because I was just going to go, and then I come right back. I had that happen like 3 or 4 times this past summer. Now it
Wow.
Oh wow.
and it
That one
never
I have all the
happened in my
time.
life before that.
yeah,
I've experienced that one numerous times.
Oh,
like
hey,
the
Chris.
edge of passing out and then coming back to consciousness. That happens fairly often for me.
let me introduce Chris. Chris is usually hangs out in the chat rooms too. Did you have a question you wanted to throw in, Chris?
Hello. Good
Yeah. When we were discussing, you guys were discussing earlier about how things appearing, whether or not they're a Mandela effect, and I agree completely there. I have an experience. There was a video done with it's a plant called the giant hogweed. It's a 15-foot weed that if you touch it, and then go in the sunlight, you get these huge blisters and whatnot. It's this horrible invasive species. Now, I went to school here in Washington State at Wazoo, and I got my degree and have my own business for years killing noxious weeds. I mean, was part of what I did. And I knew of this toxin was in a plant called the Devil's Club in South America. I learned all about this in school. Well, now this plant showed up in my backyard. So how I didn't know about that, to me, it's like a doctor seeing a new organ. And then the Devil's Club, we just looked it up yesterday, is now also here on the peninsula, and it's a completely different genus. It's now in the genus that is celery, as opposed to the other, which was more the genus of like a carrot.
So you're an expert.
So all this stuff is
Chris, you're an expert on dangerous plants. And a dangerous plant
in my area, yes.
And a dangerous plant that's supposed to be on another continent just starts showing up in your backyard.
Yeah, it's 15 feet tall. And if you touch it, and if you touch it and go in the sun, you get these horrendous blisters. I mean, I've been hunting in the woods just living here my whole life and never heard of this. And then also this being my profession, in my world, this would be like, being a knee surgeon and finding a new ligament after the 3,000 surgery I've done. I mean, that's what it is to me.
Wow.
Got it. Anybody want to comment on that?
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Something
very crazy.
recently, I remember seeing news stories of this, and they call it a wild parsnip, I think, in Iowa around here. And, obviously, this isn't Mandela Effect to me because it's just something new that popped up. But what's interesting is I never heard of this before. I'm 47, never heard of this before in my life until like this year, like within like months. I remember it was on the news. So they said if you touch it, you could literally go blind. But then, but yeah, so it must be related to what you were talking about, the hogsweed, or this is called wild parsnip, I think. Let me see if I can find.
Yeah, that is a distant cousin. See, there's a if you get into old horticulture and such, like where things come from, like there's all these toxins are in the base plants where these come from. Wherever or whoever engineered them originally, who knows. That's another mystery. But like they've in genetic manipulation, they'll accidentally put the gene back into celery that causes the blisters that you get from poison ivy, because at the base root they're actually related. I mean, there's a lot of that weird stuff that I know all about. So the idea of missing something like this is, like finding a new ligament in a knee as a knee surgeon.
Now, is this a genetically modified organism or a naturally occurring hybrid? Obviously, I mean, naturally occurring as in breeding. But no,
the research now is that, and again, like I said, I went to school for this and didn't learn anything. I learned, and I had to learn the specifics of plants and how they work. So I've learned recent research that, kind of what it is, and, it's completely new to me, but I understand it's a derivation of the parsnip that he's speaking of. Carrots and parsnips are also in the same family. But yeah, these are just all new. And the history of plants and food and all that, you get back to that and like, how did corn become corn? I mean, but that's another issue.
That's another topic. Chris, I appreciate you sharing this. You're welcome to hang for a minute, but I think Jynx Cat has been pulled up this video for a bit and wanted to show us something.
I did. I just pulled up 3 pictures that I have on hand. So this is the thinker. This was one of the first ones. Is it coming through? Am I in the right place? Can you see it?
No. Can anybody see it?
I don't see it yet.
Yeah, that's it.
There it is.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Keep talking.
Taryn, you can engage her by clicking on her, and then it'll put hers primarily on screen.
Okay, so that was you guys all saw that? Here, I'll pull it up front again. So I'm going to show you 3 different ones. If you notice the positions between where that arm is sitting on the knees and the ankles, they actually are all changed. And I've seen it go through 3 changes now. So I'll just show you the pictures that I have residue-wise. So this was actually a picture taken from one of the photographer's stills that he did to form the picture off of. If you notice the ankles crossed, this arm is on this leg with the head. The next one I have shows the 3rd position that started showing up for me places, which I thought was really strange. I've seen it a couple of times now. And then this one I think might be taken from money bags. Might be where I had got that. Is this the one you showed on your channel?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, so here again we have this, but it switched to the other side. So we have this arm, and then we had another arm on the opposite side.
I remember
in that first, in this first one right there. See, yeah. So we've got this opposite arm coming down, and it's on the forehead. We also had the forehead, and then we have the chin pose, but it's on the opposite leg. So yeah,
wow,
that's all I have to share for you. So But yeah, it did. It changed a couple, like 3 times in between there, and I've seen that happen with a few things. I actually have some good residue on, so
Maybe people are all seeing it all those different ways.
I think they are, and I think it's what you were saying. I can describe it as frequencies, but I think it's the parallel worlds being kind of tuned into more than one at a time, and I think that people are being tuned at different times. I don't think everybody's necessarily on the the exact same station all the time, and I think that's kind of what Dr. Taryn was saying too. With people being in, or was it, sorry, Moneybags, was it you or Dr. Taryn that was saying that people pull together, they have a consciousness, and then, the side consciousness, that was you, right?
I feel like the consciousness spread out, and then they do their thing, collect experience, and then they combine again and share that experience.
Right.
That's because I feel like some people are, this was going back to what we talked about earlier, is how come we all don't have the shared memories? That some of us have some, and some of us have others, and I think that's because we're all pulling from different realities collapsing.
I do, and that's kind of what I've said.
Agreement that something happened in 2012?
I do think something happened in 2012. I don't think the world ended. I don't, but I do think something happened. Yeah.
There's an acceleration. I mean, I can see Mandela effects my whole life in retrospect from here. And the acceleration for me has only been 7 months. But from 2012, I've been on a weird journey myself personally.
To be honest, I haven't really remembered anything from 2012.
About vegan, I want to know what he says.
What do I think? What do I think about 2012? I don't know if it's a time on it when it all occurred. I don't know. What are we measuring? We're just measuring when we thought something was something, and we realized that it's not that thing anymore, which, i.e., the Mandela effect.
Well, I'm just saying.
First time you noticed that was.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm just saying, based on the ancients and all the cultures and everyone pointing towards December 21st, 2012. Right. I just wondered if everyone else agrees that something happened, not on that day, but like around that time, and since then, if things are different.
I think there was a shift, definitely.
There was some type of a consciousness shift in humanity. Because I was calling for that back in 2011 and talking about it on my channel, and I think it happened.
Personally, I felt a shift around 2008, 2009. Me personally. There was something that changed with me personally, that where I just started seeing the world completely different.
Oh, you're talking like personal awakening, right?
It felt like a shift. It felt like I went from one stage to another. And so if in 2012, I can't recall anything that made me feel that way, but I remember something like that happening in 2008, 2009.
Well,
so I don't know.
There's so many different, I took a poll on this, like when the effect, when did you really notice it? And a lot of people said they noticed it first in 2016, but then once they noticed it, they started having old memories of, maybe it changed in 1990 and maybe it changed in 2000. So I think we're just going to have to do another poll or something where it phrases it better, because I can't get a clear, like, when was your first time you can remember back, and then when did you actually wake up? Because I think they're two different animals.
I want to say I've gone back and watched all of Moneybags' earlier videos, and so I've kind of followed you through, obviously just this year, but through your path over the last few years. I've watched all your back videos, and I too feel like there was a huge shift in 2012. I'm not necessarily relating it to Mandela specifically, but it was the year that my health problems started, and I can remember the day it happened. I was fine, and the next day I had all these problems, and I couldn't work anymore. I remember that same year was the year I converted to Buddhism from being a Roman Catholic my entire life. It was a huge shift, and I felt it very strongly. I tell my husband all the time, I'm like a different person than I was before that year. So I definitely see a change.
So you saw my blood moon video and things
I,
like that?
yeah. I've watched all your back videos. I haven't watched your financial videos.
Not
I'm
the
sorry.
financial. I've
But
been
yeah,
on
I
this
went
spiritual
back.
thing since
Yeah, and
like 2011.
well, and this is
And
what
a lot of the financial people, they didn't get none of it. And
well,
I
and what
tried to
bothers
combine
me.
it with the finance
You have
stuff.
these people saying to you that you know that you're just in it for money or whatever now, and it's if they go back and watch any of your old videos, they see that you were on a spiritual path from the beginning. You were a huge motivation for me to start making videos. So
Oh, well,
yeah,
I always like to motivate. I never forget the people who motivated me to start a channel in 2009.
yeah,
You know, it's nice to be Thank you.
yeah. I definitely have been watching your stuff, and you've been calling it for a long time.
I want to throw out in the chat room for you guys chatting. Could you put what year you actually remember your furthest one back, like when the big change happened, and then what year you woke up? So put like 2 years. Your first one of when you actually like for me, I feel like after third grade it was a race. So maybe 85 is when I first started noticing what was going on when I think back to it, but I didn't really wake up to it till 2016. So that's what I'm talking about. You'll have two different, thank you. Yeah. So people are saying like they're even remembering it back in the 70s and 2000, 2012, 2001. It's all over the place. All of us feel like we had,
You're talking
yeah,
about like
I
a
wish there
personal
was
awakening? Is that what you're talking about?
two different things. When did you feel like something shifted? Like I felt like my memories were erased as a child. That's where I'm putting my flag in the sand at 85. And then when did I actually wake up? 2016 to this. Does that make sense to you? Where I learned about it in 2016, and then I started exploring my own memories, and I was like, yeah, there's a gap here, there's a gap here, something changed here. So I feel like it's been happening to me since the early 80s.
You know what I think it is? I think a lot of people, at least I did, if I noticed something, I wrote it off. You know, I wrote it off, or I just misremembered it, or whatever the case is. But with this movement, it's now making you go back and says, oh, well, other people remember it the way I remember it. And now it's gaining momentum and it's snowballing. So it's like you may have noticed a difference, but not put any stock in it. Didn't call it a Mandela effect.
Yeah, is that called willful ignorance? I've noticed a few of my friends are, you know, they would say, well, I have better problems in my life than a movie quote changing. It's like, well, okay, I mean, I agree. Okay, that does make a lot more sense. I mean, there's people that are just, you know, working so hard to get on with life, when they think that, well, what does it matter? And then I look at the big picture, but some people just don't look at the big picture. They don't want to, or they just don't need to. Can you expand on that?
It kills me that the commercial examples are the ones that we see over and over again. You know, there's so many life-changing large examples, and people don't focus on them at all.
Right. What amazes me is that it's not just the changes; it's the people's responses to those changes when you present it to them. When you present it to them and you show them the facts, and they ignore it, that to me is more impressive.
They shrug it off.
That's more impressive than the actual change.
Yeah,
that's what bothers me more than the Mandela effect itself. Is the
people's behavior.
People choose to ignore, to shrug it off, to like hee-haw it, and so that's actually more disturbing than the Mandela effect, because I see a bigger picture, and they completely fail to even want to even go there. Maybe that's a mechanism that they have, that, like going back to what I said earlier, where they'd rather just not know because there's nothing they could do, or they don't want to be they don't want to be fearful. Like if I admit all this stuff's happening, then I have to admit that maybe the world is changing, and they don't want to even do that. So I think a lot of them cognitively just want to shut it off and say, let me go back to my life and, you know, be normal, and don't talk about this stuff anymore. A lot of them
don't really understand what's happened either, though, because in the beginning, for me, I was pointing things out, and people were saying, well, so what? Corporations change logos all the time. And it's like, no, you're not understanding. That's
they take it out of context.
Yeah, they don't understand. It's hard thing to the unthinkable's happened here, everybody. So it's kind of like, it's very hard for people to even try and comprehend the Mandela effect.
Yeah, like you say, something changed in a book, and they'll say, "Oh, well, they just printed new books up." I says, "No, this is retroactively, where you can go back many years."
Yeah,
even
I have
tens of
people
years.
like grabbing their old VHS movies, and
Yeah.
changes are happening like on VHSs. Or on my original Star Wars, C-3PO has a silver leg on a VHS. How did this happen? You know, and it's like, well, so
Well, he always had it, and I guess I just missed that. I mean, that's
yeah, and then
basically
all
it.
these
So
other
move
residuals
along.
missed it.
Well, and now there's a story. You know, he had a bomb in his leg, and the bomb went off, and so now he has a silver leg. Did you guys hear that?
No.
That's what it is.
It's written into the comic books, supposedly. Yeah.
What?
That there was a bomb that was hidden before the first episode, and and
Now that
his
so they're
leg
just
blew up, and
clumsily sticking a back history.
that's all they. Yeah. Look it up. It's pretty.
That's so lame. At least I kind of got it if Anakin built him out of spare parts, you know, that maybe there was a shin left over or something. But come on, man, it wasn't like that.
Well, and apparently the leg was red, and then they painted it silver. It has something to do with like that. And I've come across pictures of him with a red leg too. Have you guys
That's
seen
out of
that?
the new, in the new one. He's because Anakin builds him in the first one,
Right, but
in
the
the
new ones are
prequel, and he's got some red parts.
And they're backdated, so the new
It's
ones
a
are
red arm,
backdated.
wasn't it? A red arm.
I think so. I mean, who the hell watches Phantom Menace with any respect?
Right. So see,
If you
Phantom
self-respect, you don't watch that movie.
Yeah. So Phantom Menace was supposed to be before, so it was in between Phantom Menace and the new one, supposedly in the comic book world, that he had a bomb in his leg, and
What about the change of?
Oh, go ahead.
What about the change of histories? Like for me, the Berlin Wall is 100% different. There's a history where Berlin Wall is built in Berlin, which is now east, inside behind the Iron Curtain, right? So in my original history, the wall splits Germany. Berlin happens to be in the middle, and in 1949, one side is one side, one side is the other. Now that happened, but the Berlin Wall never happened until 61. The other wall doesn't even have a name. I mean, and then it's like they built it later to trap their own people during the Bay of Pigs, even though anyone else behind the Iron Curtain could still go to West Berlin and just defect it at any moment. I mean, it's like a compensatory history, and then why we don't see that reflection today in our day-to-day lives is also strange.
it's like Tiananmen Square. I have a clear memory of him being hit. And that and JFK, it drives me crazy. I'm like, how can you watch that video? Like, neither of the videos look right, but he climbs on top of the tanks and people are cheering for him. It is completely opposite of what happened before. So what goes on with this guy? Did he go on to have kids that didn't exist before? You have to look at like where it goes from there. It changes history entirely.
Kate wanted me to interject. Does anyone remember John Trump stealing Tesla's work? I don't know who John Trump is, but
yes, I do. Actually, I heard about this through Jordan Maxwell. He was on Alan Ritchie's podcast, and he brought up. I think it was. Yeah,
well,
I think it was
tell
Alan
us who
Ritchie's.
he is. I don't even know who that is, but
he's this big. He studies the occult, and he's a big fan of Manly P.
No. I
Hall
mean, who's this Trump guy they're talking about? John Trump.
Apparently, it's Donald Trump's grandfather, I believe.
Oh, is that what's up? Okay.
And so the whole thing with this is Donald Trump's grandfather stole Tesla's work, right? And so time travel is old. And so the reason why we have Trump, President Camacho, if you're idiocracy,
that's hilarious.
Electrolytes.
That's right. It's what plants want.
How do you guys feel about the time travel?
Well,
I have
that's
a
just it.
Mandela effect. Hang on.
They think that Trump is a product of this Tesla technology, but go ahead.
Right. I have a Mandela effect on that. I thought J.P. Morgan stole Tesla's. It's either J.P. Morgan and also the guy that did the light bulb, Edison.
Right.
I heard they stole his work. Where did John Trump come from?
Well, the whole backstory, and I have a lot of his autobiographical work and other stuff. But so J.P. Morgan funded Tesla, and Westinghouse actually had most of his patents because Westinghouse employed him. And what happened was J.P. Morgan, they funded his wireless technology, and what happened was J.P. Morgan goes, wait a minute, you're going to give everybody wireless technology? What about this Wall Street? I got to make money, buddy. And it went over budget, and Tesla wasn't fulfilling his promises. He says, I need X amount of dollars, and J.P. Morgan says, no, I'm not going to give you X amount of dollars. You haven't made your technology, and I don't believe it's ever going to occur. So he defunded his project, which was in Colorado, I believe Colorado Springs, maybe. It was a wireless technological tower where he was going to pull energy out of the ether, or what he believed to be like a 0-point energy field. But Westinghouse, which is still, I believe, like a manufacturer of TVs or something, they had most of his patents, where Edison was just in a war with him, DC versus alternating current. Okay. So Edison really never stole his technology, but he slandered his name with his professional capitalist cronies to cover up Tesla's good name and good work. So Tesla himself had most of his patents siphoned off by Westinghouse, and JP Morgan defunded his wireless technology because he felt like it was a threat to his Wall Street, not monopoly, but Wall Street operation. And he also was not fulfilling his promises. That's what I understand.
Can I
so
say
Trump
something?
is now involved in this? Okay.
Well, Trump's grandfather, just to finish off, and then Chris, you can have the floor.
Yeah, okay. Speed it up.
When Tesla died, a lot of different countries were involved in trying to secure his work because he had many manuscripts and a lot of blueprints, and he was a genius. A lot of people knew this, and they thought that he had a death weapon because he said he had a death weapon. In fact, if you go research the papers, he even said he contacted aliens. So that's a whole different subject. But the point is apparently Trump's grandfather worked for the CIA or the FBI. I'd have to double check that. I'm just going off of my memory here. And he went in and he was part of a task force to secure all the documents in Tesla's apartment. And that is the story that a lot of people in popular culture are rolling with.
All right.
Wow.
Okay. Now here's my situation with that.
Hold on, Chris.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Vegan asked to respond to that first.
No. I was just asking because I've never heard John Trump ever until recently.
I'm with you on that.
He just explained it to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just didn't.
And that was what I was going to lead into, is about a year ago, and my wife could vouch for this. I could have given that exact same oratorium. The problem was I would have given you an entirely wrong oratorium. I mean, I knew his history like that, the same as he did. And then in this, I studied his history again about 2 months ago. And then he was homeless for the last 6 months of his life and died a derelict and this is brand new. And then, so I've seen that exact history now change 2 or 3 times. And it's just every time I look, it's changed. So I'm assuming that it changes all the time. So that's why details, we get to the point where there is no what's a fact, what's truth. We look at history and it tells us how we got here. Well, if all of that can change completely and we're still here, then that doesn't explain why the here and now exists. The here and now exists, it just does, and then that seems to be interchangeable. At least that's what I see.
All right, thank you. There was some questions about Michael Jackson changes to money bags. Michael Jackson
lives in Canada.
Lived in Canada with songs smooth. Let's say smooth criminal lyrics change too. So
wow.
Tell me what you know about Michael Jackson.
Lived in Canada.
Apparently, maybe we'll have to look that one up.
I know it's smooth criminal. I was debating doing that video, the smooth criminal video.
Yeah, do it. And if you know something about what is like Neverland in Canada now, what the hell does this mean? You live in Canada?
I've been struck by, I've been hit by a smooth criminal. It's just I've been hit by now.
You've been hit
Struck
by,
by.
you've been struck by.
Yeah,
That's
there's
what
no
Kate's
struck
saying.
by anymore.
I'll have to, yeah, man, it's new to me. I don't know why they're messing with Mike. And this is the first I'm hearing about Canada. If anyone has some info on that, drop it.
Canada.
There's always
Gary
celebrities
Diaz.
threatening whoever gets elected, they're going to move to Canada, but then they never do. They still stay.
Yeah, a whole bunch of people are going to be leaving.
Canada doesn't want them.
Yeah.
I know. Bill Shatner's holding out. Bill Shatner's still alive, right, guys? I hope. Yeah. Okay.
William
Yeah, as far
Shatner?
as I know.
Yeah. Bill,
William. Yeah,
William.
Bill.
I hope he
I
hasn't
think so.
died.
Said being the
Oh, I did
Scotty.
hear that's who died was Richard Hatch, right? Yesterday?
I didn't
Or
hear
2 days ago? He's the guy from Battlestar Galactica. Richard Hatch, he was in both Battlestar Galacticas. Am I too old here? Okay, never mind.
I found some residual for Forrest Gump. I don't know if people have picked up on this, but the other video or the last live stream we had, Megs was like, lump, glump, and I was like, wait, didn't Weird Al Yankovic make a song called Gump?
Yeah,
well,
Gump.
in that video, he says, waiting for the bus with his hands in his pockets, he just kept saying life is like a box of chocolates. So even in Gump, there's some residual.
Oh, Weird Al Yankovic.
Never,
Wow.
Yeah. It was never was.
It even is on the back of the box. That's what gets me. On
Right.
the back of the DVD.
I don't even get it. Like the people who are saying like, well, his mother says it, but everybody attributes it
His
to
mother's
Forrest
quote's
Gump.
different though. She says life is a box of chocolates, Forrest. It's not life is like. The
Right.
like part is on the bench. So all these people keep saying his mother, you're confusing his mother. She didn't say like. It's a different quote.
Yeah, I'm with you on
that's
that
right.
one.
Life is like a box of chocolates. There's no other. Yeah, his mother said life is a box of chocolates, Forrest, but it's a different quote. So I
Have
don't
you
know,
got
that
any
was
kind of
weird.
follow-ups on that Panic at Disco one? The one that seems to me like the best Mandela Effect
Oh,
residual
it's so
evidence
good.
ever.
I just did a
because-
video on that.
Yeah, I mean, if people don't realize what that was, is one of the lyrics changed in that song by Panic at the Disco, and it's so profound that one of the people tweeted to the songwriter, the singer of the group, and he says, "Yeah, it's Bernstein Bears kind of thing." He didn't have any idea why that was happened, and then the day later, he flip-flopped and says, hey, "Saying it both ways, it's gonna be okay." Like, so that's to me. That's proof right there. That's beyond proof, like Evan was saying. This is amazing.
Yeah, that was
Any
huge.
updates on that?
No, I mean, I just I thought that was big because it was the first person who had acknowledged,
Yeah.
someone famous who
Acknowledge
had
it?
their material had changed on them, and they acknowledged it and said they
So-
were aware of the Mandela effect, and they said.
And
the
then they
Mandela
flip
effect.
flop too.
What I think is interesting, we were talking about, I did a video where I kind of want to get us all to try to manifest something.
Right.
And I had put in a video out there saying, okay, what should we manifest? Because I don't really know. And that was kind of one of the topics there. And what was interesting was that people wanted to change like lyrics back and things like that. But what I think is going to lead is, I think we should do something really good, like trying to manifest maybe finding a lost child. Something that where we can say it definitely worked or it didn't work, But I'd like to throw that guys out there. If we could manifest something for the world that's good, what should we do?
I'm gonna think of something, but I won't even say it.
Okay.
That would be hard to gauge, but how about something simple like something we could just
Like lock
do,
her up?
like, while
No,
we're
that's
on
gonna
here?
get a lot of political stuff.
Hold on, what?
That's gonna get a lot of political.
Well, I mean,
If we're
backlash
going to put
now.
all this energy into doing something good, I want to do something good for the world. I don't want to change a lyric in a song.
Well, I know, but I'm just thinking something we could gauge. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 7 people, 7 of us.
Plus-
like if we
plus
just
the listeners,
concentrated
though.
on like the picture of your dog behind you, and like maybe you had
Oh my
a
God.
wink or
Don't
something.
mess with my dog.
Yeah,
So cute.
I'm just thinking something we could all see happen, like while we're trying to do it. I don't know.
That would be.
Oh, you mean instant gratification, instant
Yeah, like
manifestation?
instant manifestation.
That would be interesting.
That's
too.
what I was
Yeah.
thinking about. You weren't talking instant, Taryn?
No,
Yeah, but
I'm
wouldn't
talking
we all
about
have to
like,
believe that 100%?
like
Yeah.
because here's the thing, I'm trying to cross genres with this. So I'm trying to get Christians on board with group prayer. I'm trying to get spiritualists on board because they're used to manifesting stuff. But I'd like to get the science people on board. They'd be like, I don't believe in any of this, but I'll try it just to see what happens. And I think the more people we get, the better. There were some experiments that were tried like this. Someone had pointed out once that they tried to, on Coast to Coast AM, they tried to do a giant manifest one time. And that they were trying to bring water to some desert place, I think. And it actually worked so good, it flooded the whole territory, and it ended up being so much water that they swore they would never do another online manifest again because it worked.
Oh, wow.
It would overwork.
Jeez.
So I want to try something, but I think it has to be, I want to do something good that everybody will get on board with. And I think, like changing the Bible back is a loaded thing. People will freak out if we do anything to the Bible. So that's out. And changing a song lyric is just not important. Let's do something like find a kid or
that affects all
bring
of
the
us.
bees back, or something that we could try and that we say yes it worked or not. It can't be some ethereal thing that's like,
I'm
well,
with
I
you
don't
with
know.
bring the bees back, man. I do a lot of gardening.
I want to bring the bees back, but how do we measure that? Did it work?
Right.
I don't know. Did it
It
work?
would take years for the actual quantifying.
So that's why I'm saying, like, either this kid appears or it doesn't appear. Maybe we should try to find a homeless kid, bring a kid back to his parents or something.
Can I give you guys an example of this? Like, exactly, and I can't talk to anybody else about it.
Bring it.
So I went to our kids' concert. It was a winter concert, the little kids singing, and I'm standing there, and all the lights are out. They have the spotlight on, and these kids come out, and there's just this kid that is just freaking out, just not happy about being up there, right? He's maybe like 3rd grade or something like that, and he is just bawling, has his hands over his eyes, will not look at anyone. I mean, it is just awful. And I just start thinking towards this kid, I'm like, calm down, it's okay, just take a deep breath and look at me. And I just put everything into that. The kid looks over at me, slowly puts his hands down, starts smiling, and sings the rest of the song. It just knocked me out. It was like I just had like this connection with him. And I think that's what you're talking about. I think something like trying to find a kid or trying to narrow something down like that, I think we can do it.
Well,
I really
look
do.
at the non-local strangeness of spooky quantum entanglement.
Entanglement. I
Yeah.
know.
What Einstein called spooky action. That's non-local interaction, and there's something to it, folks.
There is. This was just, I just felt this happening, and it was just watching that kid's face. It was like he just heard me. It was crazy,
Well, someone suggested in the chat that we try to bring back a extinct plant or an extinct animal.
Dinosaur.
That would be. See, I want to start small. I'm not ready to bring back T-Rex, but I think
bring back the dodo bird.
Maybe we could bring back a useful plant, or we could try. Something where people would be like, we do it, and then a week or two goes by, and someone sends me a link going, "Holy crap, it worked! Here's a link to the scientist finding this," or "This kid came home," or something that there's an end to. Because not that we can't do a lot of other manifestations later, but I think our first one should be something we can actually tell.
How about we manage gasoline prices at 25 cents a gallon, because that would help everybody in the world.
There you go.
Yeah.
I feel like the problem with
economically it would too. Everything would be just that alone would be great.
Okay.
I think the problem with trying to manifest something though is that I really have a strong belief that it only works when you are full in, when you're putting everything into it and you feel it in your heart. I don't think you can manifest something kind of cold turkey.
We have to be 100%.
Yeah.
You have to be.
That's why it has to be something really positive that nobody would be like, "Oh no, a missing kid. Let's not help."
Well,
him.
that's why this kid reacted. Yeah. He felt me, like he felt what I was sending out, and I felt him. I don't think you can manifest without that.
The thing, though, with this, if we're going to treat it, and I'm going to try to stay scientific with it, but I'm with Taryn. Like, we should look at the results as
what's
they
the worst
come.
that happens?
Nothing. I'm with you
right.
on that. But we also got to take into account that if matter is, or consciousness is a subtle form of matter, and it obeys the laws of physics, there's going to be equal and opposite reactions, right? So what I'm trying to say is we should focus on something that isn't necessarily universally opposed. Like if we went with hey, let's try to bring gas prices down to 25 cents. That is going to be defeated because the majority and the masses are going to be fixated on the opposite of our thought. So we got to take that into account. The reason why maybe you looking at that one kid, there wasn't much resistance in that non-local interaction you had.
Right. I feel like it only works if, like you said, there's more positive energy than negative energy. So if we're trying to tell people, okay, we can change with our minds gas prices at 25 cents, yeah, it's a positive thing, but I think a lot of people say, no, that can't really happen or work.
They'll defeat us.
They'll defeat it. Where, like, if I said a kid's missing, you know what? Churches do that all the time. They go and pray for missing kids, missing stuff. That's not weird. Like group prayer, you know, that's no different. I don't think we'll have such a mental resistance to doing something like that. I think once you start doing,
I talked
Vegan,
about
jump
this a couple
in.
days ago on a different forum, and we were talking about, and I asked her the same thing because I talked to some people that were claiming they were clairvoyant and all that, which they could be. I says, well, what if I really want to manifest something, but I have just a tiny inkling of doubt? Like, so what you're talking here is you must have 100% faith and believability, because if you have one smidgen of a doubt, then basically it's not unanimous anymore.
Happen.
Hold on, Vegan's got his hand up. Like kids, go ahead, Vegan. You want to ask a question?
Let's manifest having this show next week.
Oh, that's an easy one. That's an easy one. What we probably will do the manifest on the show with enough live people shooting it at one time. So once we all decide what it'll be, we'll take 5 minutes and do one and see what happens.
No. What I'm saying is, let's manifest having this show next week.
Okay.
As a
with double the viewership.
That is the power.
Let me ask, because I don't know the answer to this question, but if we get a group together that wants to manifest something, and one of the members in our group is not 100% basically in belief, will that nullify?
No, I don't think it. I think it's a mass of consciousness thing. So if enough positive energy gets past negative energy, I don't think one person will screw up a group prayer.
Well, that's my question, because I have no idea. I was wondering, is it possible that one in the collective group might actually just?
I don't think so. Unless
they might mess it up for themselves.
No, they may just not see it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Mess it up for themselves, while the rest of us all see the change.
Sorry.
Yeah, and Evan makes a good point. Because we are kind of seeing reality shift in and out, maybe it'll only change to us and not everybody else, you know?
That's why I was thinking we should just like pick something in your office there and just all concentrate on it. It seems too hard to like try and do something that affects everyone in the country or something like that. I mean,
what were you saying, Vegan?
The point I'm making
is there also a possibility that we're trying too hard, and the act of trying too hard is basically just like you're continuously, or how does that play in?
Yeah, I felt like if you you just have a sudden feeling, like when you try too hard to make something happen, it doesn't usually happen like that.
Well, that's what I was thinking. So there's so many aspects to it that we probably don't even. I mean, it just can't even have a clue. Maybe.
Evan Jr. said it well.
Yeah. Well, there's that whole wanting and being grateful thing. That anytime you really want something, it kind of chases it away. But when you're grateful to have it, it comes. So, I mean, I think it depends on how the phrase works. But here's the thing. We're going to be dealing with lots of different religions and lots of different belief systems. And I am not going to try to hijack and be like, okay, you guys got to do a guided meditation. No, it's going to be whatever you think works.
Have you guys seen?
That's what's up. You can do it any way you want.
Sorry. Have you guys seen where they pull UFOs in the desert? It's a group like that. They try to manifest it. I'm not saying it works or not. I have no proof, but I know it's something that's become pretty popular. Have you guys heard of that?
Like Dr. Stephen Greer's.
Yeah, like they're groups of like sitting around
sessions.
and yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I've heard about it.
I'm not
Does it work?
They swear it does. They get lights in the sky, and it's basically exactly what we're talking about.
What do we have to lose? We're just sitting here BSing about philosophy. I mean, if we do this for 5 minutes and it doesn't work, okay.
Yeah.
There it goes. It didn't work.
I agree.
I mean,
would you be freaked out, Karen, if we all made the light like shut off in there?
Let's
try to shut my light off. You want to try to move something in your mind?
Let's all manifest.
Move this
Terrence
line back
Cat's
there.
rainbow colored or something.
We can try to move
Rainbow
this.
cat. Terrence Rainbow Cat.
Let's try to affect his camera feed.
Oh no!
Yeah,
That's a good
It's
one.
digital. I mean, like
Well,
it should be able to be affected if you're looking at
Oh
things from a quantum perspective.
no! Everybody's busting on my ghetto room. Like in this tiny little closet of a room.
The point I was trying to make earlier is that we put no value in just bringing us together at this moment right now. You and that. We are manifesting something right before our eyes, and we don't even realize it.
Yeah, we're bringing everybody together.
Yeah.
Yep.
You don't
said.
even realize the manifestation that is happening right at this moment.
Yeah,
We're so
that is-
focused on doing something sci-fi that the
Bigger picture, bigger.
Right.
Yeah.
Very
So-
well. Fair
The
enough.
first show I did with Taryn, I brought up to him that this can never occur in any other time in humanity, what we're doing.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I totally understand vegan. And by the way, I'm not that I was participating, but I'm sorry for cutting you off there earlier.
No, that's fine.
That's a fantastic point. Like, so many people take this technology for granted, and you can do so much with this technology. So many people are distracting themselves. I'm not going to get on a soapbox here and be like, no. The point is we do have power now. And I think in one of my last videos, Wild Neurons, I took a hike, and there's the other side that sometimes when we misuse this technology and we abuse it, we distract ourselves to the point where we do go a little wonky. We do go a little crazy. But if you use it correctly, like Vegan was saying, this is beyond anything we ever had. And
Yeah,
we
got to be
should
grateful.
use it.
We gotta be
Exactly.
grateful
That's why
for
the
what we
occult
have. You're right,
information
dude.
stayed in the mystery schools, right, Joel?
Yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah, 100%.
All right. So
100%.
wait, I just realized what
But on
time
the-
it
but on
is.
the flip coin here, it's becoming more of an anti-social type movement too. Like everybody thinks
By choice.
Facebook is the
By
ultimate
choice.
social
Yeah.
network. I think it's actually the anti-social network.
Yep.
Not only that, it keeps people in their homes more, where they're not going out in nature, they're not doing face-to-face conversations. So there is some good parts about this, but in general, it's almost like we're in the 21st century, and somebody quoted it really well in one of their talks about how we could be so far ahead in technology. We could be having like flying cars and like free energy, but we got Twitter, cell phones, and Facebook, and it's like, really, is that what we're going to end up with now? That's what we're praising, and that's what we're all like hovering around as tablets. So it could be so much more popular. It could be like we could be doing so much more.
All right. Thank you. I can't get a word in on my own show. All right. And I appreciate that. I'm just trying to be respectful of people's time here. And we're going to pick this up again next week, but Vegan's right. I forget what a miracle this is to even have to be able to do this. If you told me 10 years ago we could talk about this with people all over the world and have such an open forum, it would sound like magic. So I'm very grateful for that. The other thing is, someone did make a quick joke. They said we should try to manifest that the Twilight movies go away, that they never got made.
That'd be good.
That would be
Do
a
it.
boon for the world, really, to get rid of Twilight. That's pretty funny, Viper. All right, so besides that, I want to tell you guys that you do not have to stop chatting, but it's like a bar. I'm going to close shop. You just can't drink here. I'm going to leave a link right now to the new Mandela Chat Hangout. We had problems with the last one on Tuesday. So even if you were in the old one, I just posted it. If you want to go keep chatting, you will find people in there in the afterglow. They're friendly. They'll be nice. Here, I'm going to post it again. Go in there and start chatting, and you can talk all night, and some people do, and all day, and that goes on all week long. It is a new chat room, so even if you were in the old one, ignore the old one and go to this new link. Also, there is one chat room also for Christians, that if you want to go to the Christian chat room, I can drop that up too. Just give me a sec. And they're pretty active in there too. So actually, it looks like they're ignoring my show, and 3 or 4 of them are in there right now. So there we go. Here, I'm dropping that link in the Hangouts. So there's the Christian one I just dropped. So I appreciate if you guys want to swing by. Please come back in about 20-30 minutes. This video will be processed, and if you want to leave comments, I hope to have links up to everybody's channels too eventually. Come back to this video after it processes. If you missed any part of this, it's a 4-hour show, so it's easy to miss. I want to go around the room for oh, and we're always on Thursdays so far. It'll be Thursday will be the next one, same time, same bat channel. That hasn't changed, has it?
No, it hasn't.
Same time, same. All right, that's what I'm going to predict. That will be screwed with next time. It'll be like same bat station or something. All right. So I want to let everybody on the panel say what they want before we drop the feed. So go ahead and say your thing. Or one last thought. Go. Just go around the room.
Evan Jr., Jynx, Borjo, and Vegan, it's been nice talking to you. I'm hoping to see you guys on some more chats, and I was really enlightened tonight from you guys' conversations and insight. And thank you, Taryn.
Yeah, man. Thanks for jumping in. That was cool.
Absolutely.
All right. Vegan, why don't you start out? You have anything you want to say? One last point?
It's always good. It's always good to be a part of your hangouts. The one thing I would leave out there on my way out is we exercise our power, not tomorrow, not next week, not 10 years from now. We exercise our power every moment we exist on this planet. So the manifestation that we would like to do is one thing, but the manifestation that we do every single day needs to be more focused on. And I think just by us coming together, you've created something that did not exist before before it existed. We're all manifesting right now in this moment. And it's not only impacting us in the group, it's impacting whoever's watching as well. So I think it just needs to be elevated that is what this is really about. You know, if we could just change things that we wanted when we wanted, I think
It wouldn't be good.
I think it would be good, but I don't think it's realistic because the manifested world and the unmanifested world, I believe, are actually two different things. One, in my opinion. And again, and anyone that doesn't agree with me, I totally understand, you know, but it's just, I think we need to put things in its proper category. My opinion. Thank you. But I enjoyed it. I always enjoy talking to you guys.
Yeah, man. And feel free to stop in the chat room anytime you want. By the way, for the speakers, here's the link to the new chat room. You'll see it up here in our private or hangout. I'm going to drop that in there. If you guys want to keep talking to people or meet them, they're in that hangout. Thank you, Vegan, and excellent point. I appreciate and I like having lots of different opinions on here, so we're groovy. About you, Ouroboros?
I want to apologize for accidentally calling Jynx Lynx one time, I believe.
I did it the very first sentence out of my mouth.
I don't know why. I think it's just, yeah, I was like, Lynx makes sense.
Cat.
You can call me Lynx.
I guess I just have a closing paragraph from Hermetic Philosophies. If this resonates with people, good. Otherwise, that's it. Here it goes. Under and behind all outward appearances or manifestations, there must always be a substantial reality. This is the law. Man, considering the universe of which he is a unit, sees nothing but change in matter, forces, and mental states. He sees that nothing really is, but that everything is becoming and changing. Nothing stands still. Everything is being born, growing, dying, and everything is instant. And each thing reaches its height, it begins to decline, and the law of rhythm and the constant operation manifests that nothing is reality, but an enduring quality fixated in substantiality, and that everything is settled in permanent change.
All right, thank you so much. Evan? I want to give you. Oh yeah, man! Thanks for people like you. They keep asking for you. So, Evan, go ahead. What do you got? And Evan Jr. too. Feel free to say your piece.
All right.
Say your parting words.
You can go first.
Well, I just really enjoyed the evening. It's fourth time in a row. I feel compelled to come on. Try to come on every week. I haven't missed a show yet, so it's always great experience. I enjoy communicating with everyone, and tossing around ideas. Everyone has something to add. We're all different, but you know, we all have different backgrounds, experiences, and education on things. But it comes together nicely. I'm glad that you put this together, Taryn. And
Thanks for keep coming, man. That's you're a big draw, so I appreciate you being here.
okay, well, I look forward to try and do it again next Thursday night.
Yeah, people really dig you in the chat room, so I like what you have to say too.
My son,
So,
thank
you.
you. My son stayed all night. I didn't expect
Yeah,
that.
and that was really cool.
Yeah.
Thanks for representing the
Yeah,
young
this
folks.
was really interesting. Like I will for sure try to make it on next week.
Sure.
So that I can toss around some more ideas.
Yeah,
Hey,
he's
man.
welcome.
Mhm.
That's,
That was really cool that you hung the whole time. I don't know any other 13-year-old
Yeah,
kid
no
that
problem.
would sit and. You're 13?
14.
14. Yeah, I don't
I
know
thought
too
he
many
was
kids
gonna
that would
take
hang
off.
that long.
Now my kid was in and out.
Well, I don't really have anything better to do, so.
Oh, appreciate the vote of confidence. That's pretty much
interesting.
how I get most of my viewers, really, honestly.
Okay, we'll see you all.
All right, and
Thank
Jynx,
you.
go ahead and you get the last word
Oh.
since you were the featured guest.
Oh, thanks. All I've got to really say is I hope you guys like my videos and find value in them. And this was awesome being able to talk to everybody. I think the biggest thing that I personally got from this was just being, you know, pulled into a room with really great people. So that's all I've really got.
Yeah, and please subscribe to her channel. She's got a new channel, so go show it some love. Kate's
I will
posting the link.
subscribe.
Thanks.
If you look in the chat room, Kate's posting the link over and over to her channel. And I'll have it up in the comments section as well. I'll try to have all these up tonight. And if you missed any part of the show, you can go back and watch it. I always appreciate you guys watching as much as you can, and I'm grateful for that. But also, please show some love to these other channels. Go check out all their videos, and I watch every video from these guys. So go do that. That's all I need to say. Be positive, be nice, take care of each other, support each other. Oh, go to the Hangout. Go to the Hangout. I'm posting it one last time. Go to the Hangout. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. All right.
Namaste.
Bye. See everyone.
Be nice to your cats.